Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Hey, the crossover is brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, I didn't know you worked here anymore. It's great to see you.
That's what happens when you go on for a few days.
How was the East Coast?
Better than it is today.
I hear they're snowing. It's snowing in there.
The snow is famously not done.
No.
Right
They
now.
got a lot
How
of
many
snow.
feet are they getting?
2.
Holy moly.
That's a lot of feet.
Man, that is a lot of feet.
2 is a big
Quentin Tarantino is like,
There's a lot of feet going on right now. A lot of feet.
Where's that coming from, Matt?
It was coming from John.
John
is the source of the echo. Are you an East Coast man? Do you like, I don't know.
No, I don't like the East Coast.
Yeah,
oh, that time zone is garbage.
The time zone's bad. I mean, it's one of those places. It's nice that say you visited, but, you know, I'm glad that
It's over.
It's over. Yeah.
Yeah. But you like the food out there.
I mean, food is food. I mean, there's good food everywhere.
There
is good food everywhere.
I disagree with that. What, there's good food in Arkansas?
Hell yes. Barbecue.
What, there's good food in Mississippi?
What's good?
Yes. Barbecue.
What's good food in
They got
Cincinnati?
Gulf Coast
Yeah, what's
shrimp.
good food in Cincinnati, John?
Oh, I want to put chocolate in my chili.
Yeah.
I
want my chili to be soup.
There's some good places to eat in Cincinnati. There's
Chili
good
should
places
be
to eat
sweet,
everywhere.
actually.
The only difference with New York is it's just bigger and there's a bigger variety. But I mean, there's good food to be had everywhere.
The reason why I like Omaha in terms of eating is that, like, we're kind of in the part of a country where it's like, you know, Texas is barbecue, right? And like the West Coast is seafood, and like Florida's seafood, and like, you know, there's the gumbo and the catfish over in the South, and then like, you know, Detroit and Wisconsin and Illinois, they're all just like, we want burgers and brats and like disgusting grub. Omaha, you can just get all of that here. You know, there's just it's a wide ranging variety of.
Well, I mean,
places
you
to
can get
eat.
all of it everywhere.
Wearing a
You know,
Panther
just
shirt?
some places.
Yeah, this is my Carolina Panthers t-shirt.
Okay.
I didn't buy it, and it was given to me.
Sorry,
that was just a random.
I didn't mean to
We're in the
derail.
middle
I
of a
just
food thing, and all of a sudden you're wearing a Panthers t-shirt.
I just saw that and I was confused.
My
Why
buddy-
are you wearing
my
one?
buddy came home from the athletic department one day and was like, "Hey, yeah, they have all this Panther stuff. None of them want to wear. You want it?" And I was like,
Wait a second. They had Panther stuff at Nebraska.
Yeah, because
Because Matt Rule brought all of his clothes with him.
a lot of guys had all the Panthers gear and they weren't wearing it anymore.
So you're wearing somebody else's shirt.
This is Evan Cooper's shirt.
Oh my God. Were you really that hard up for clothing that you would accept leftover clothes from?
Feel this.
Well, I mean, it's a long sleeve shirt.
It's a
yeah.
great material.
Yeah.
I go fishing in this shirt. When I go fishing, it keeps the
I think it's just
UVs out,
Marshall that's on
but
right
it's
now, unless there's
comfortable.
something. I
And you
didn't
don't have
see.
to wear an undershirt or anything.
Yeah.
You just put this
But
on.
it's got a
and it covers
Panthers
up.
logo on
So
it.
what? Who cares?
You're a Bears fan.
I don't care, man. Look,
Oh,
feel this. Feel
I
it.
already did. And yes, I did. I felt it. I
Gotta
felt
keep
your
feeling
shirt.
it. It's good. It's nice.
That's fine. It seems
It's
okay.
a great material.
Yeah.
I look great in it.
But I mean, there's no way in hell I'd wear another team shirt.
Are you okay? You haven't talked.
No, this conversation is wild. Nick interrupted the baseball or the food and now he's telling me to turn on the baseball.
I asked.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Did you ask? You just whispered ESPN Plus.
Baseball.
You could have said no.
You did. That's not asking. You're just telling me. Look at this. We got Winthrop on now.
Nice.
This is
The
garbage.
former DB's coach name is here.
Wow, that's cool. So you got
And
another
so-
man's name.
Another man's shirt,
Yeah.
another team that you don't even root for.
Yeah. I have Jake Pete's pants.
Jake Pete's never even came to Nebraska.
They had his
Wow.
pants.
Well, they had his pants ready to go.
They had his
And
pants.
he was like, "No, I'm staying with the Rams."
They had Pete's Panthers pants that I own.
nice PPP.
I have the triple P's.
Why did they bring all that stuff with them?
I have no idea. I was sitting on a couch and I was told, here are some new sweatpants and a new shirt. And I go, wow, this is like really nice. And they're like, yeah, it's given it to like the NFL, like made this. This comes from the NFL. It's the highest of quality. And so I
this
wear
is-
it and it's awesome.
This
And
is-
it's great
This is
for
like
fishing.
the ex-Carolina Panthers Salvation Army. Just
Basically,
just-
I'm pretty sure.
boxing it up and putting it in the little,
In defense of Matt, that's like a $90 shirt.
Yeah.
So I understand why he wants to wear it. I mean,
okay. Well, let's get one with the same material and a nice Philadelphia Eagles logo.
No, see, that's way different. Panthers
No,
are
it's
not.
not.
A rival
He's a
to the,
Bears fan.
No, but I'm saying the Panthers aren't a rival to.
You'd wear a Panthers shirt too?
No, I wouldn't wear NFL gear of any other team because I'm not an idiot. But
Well, there you go. That was my point.
Yeah.
One of my favorite fishing pictures is me in a Carolina Panthers
See,
t-shirt.
he also has Eagles jersey though, so like he just
I
doesn't.
do have a
he
Dallas
doesn't
Goddard
care.
jersey. It's a Kelly Green Dallas Goddard jersey.
Nobody
Everybody gets on my ass about like having different like teams as hats.
Now I know
With
why you're
baseball.
perfectly fine with the
Baseball's
Bears
fine.
just moving wherever they be
You know that I
because
had to
you
limit-
are now moving wherever you be.
See, now I get to kind of like, the listening audiences are different from the morning to the midday show.
Mhm.
And like the midday show doesn't really give a damn, but the morning audience would be really upset when I wore like an A's hat or a Tigers hat or
See,
a Yankees hat.
I thought most people were in agreement that it's okay to wear other baseball.
Oh
hats.
God, no.
I mean, John doesn't do it, but
And
Jack
Hell
Mitchell
no.
has like 15 baseball.
But he doesn't.
hats.
I do it all the
but
time.
he doesn't
But
have
he's a
team.
weirdo.
But Bruns does too, and Bruns is like a diehard A's fan, but Bruns wears other hats.
When
Baseball
I-
hats just look good.
When
They do
I
look good.
wore the hat of another baseball team, it became like the theme of the show, like the entire show. People would be like, "Wow, you're not an Arizona Diamondbacks fan. Why are you wearing that hat?"
Interesting,
What?
your new voice is different.
Yeah, I had to
Wasn't
change
as-
it
What
up.
happened to
I was-
Sylvester?
I was-
Yeah.
I
Fucker
just-
and Thuckatash.
Yeah, you got to switch things up, man. CM Punk doesn't come out in the same gear every match.
Happer's meme guy writes, as long as Matt keeps his pants on whenever he wears that shirt, he'll
Yeah,
be
but-
all right.
But CM Punk doesn't come out wearing Drew McIntyre's gear.
These are wrestlers, Josh.
Yeah.
It's a shirt.
I
All
understand that. I
need to
understand that.
clothe- Do you want me to take my shirt off
Are you telling me you have no other clothes?
under this shirt?
No, I'm saying no other clothes in your possession.
I only own one shirt, and
He's
it's
raw
Well,
dogging
that's
it.
why.
and it's Evan Cooper's Carolina Panthers shirt.
Again, this is like a double whammy. You're not even wearing the
was
gear
so
of your
much- I
team,
have so-
and you're wearing somebody
I
else's
have-
gear that he already wore.
I have so many nice clothes that I can no longer wear because my affiliation with other teams and stuff. I have an awesome Michigan State pullover.
Why don't you
That-
wear it?
Why don't
Because
you have 'em?
people would be like, Matt's a Spartans fan.
Why do you
now?"
have?
I
Why do you
have
have a
two-
Michigan State?
Because my buddy played baseball at Michigan State,
see.
and they would get the gear like every year. They get brand new gear, and so he would give it to us.
I have
Oh,
a
so
Yeah.
we weren't even established here.
This is awesome.
Matt is Mr. Hand Me Down.
I
I
have a
have
Tulane hoodie. I wear the Tulane hoodie. I don't care what people say.
Do you
It's
know
a
the
cool hoodie.
previously
Thank you.
disgraced Alan Williams, defensive coordinator for the Bears, who got fired, and apparently like the FBI showed up to Hallis Hall?
That was a crazy day.
I remember that
I have his pants.
from that
I
day.
swear to God. So you have all these hand me downs from
Yeah.
people who used to work at other places.
So
do you have Coach Nerd? You have his old Dolphins, capri pants.
no,
I'll take McDaniel's capri pants if you don't want them.
You can buy this stuff, by the way, online. Like there is.
Well, I
stuff,
know you
there's,
can.
There's
I know
places
you
that you
can.
can purchase this stuff.
I
Like,
appreciate the
just
fact
buy
that you got
Coach
you have no
pants.
problem with
Yeah.
free stuff. It just seems a little weird that
it was like Athletes
know.
Locker is like a place, and like other like official
Wow.
gear that you can buy. Yeah, like I have multiple former Division I hockey player sticks. They just have so many sticks, and they sell them for cheap, and you go ahead and you buy them.
what do
this
you
guy-
do with all these hockey sticks?
Do you use them instead of a
Play
baseball
hockey?
bat?
I didn't know
Oh.
you played hockey.
He used to.
I still do.
He
I
still
go to
does.
beer league,
Okay.
I didn't realize you played hockey still.
and like I've been like 4 times in the last year.
Okay,
but I
that's
like
not
to,
playing
Yeah,
hockey.
but
Nah,
He
that's-
dabbles in hockey.
That's enough. That's good.
It is enough. Okay, I was going to say dumb debates. What's the proper number to say I play hockey?
I mean,
Probably-
it's not
probably
like
more
it's
than
not like
twice.
playing golf where it's really easy to go because there's golf courses everywhere. There's only so
Like, I'm
many
probably-
sheets of ice that are available.
There are
the problem
are
is
so
that my buddy who does it, like he's a doctor, and so it's like
A doctor, not a
I
scientist.
can only go when he goes because then it's weird because he knows the guys, and I don't really know all the guys yet,
Yeah.
and so it's like he's kind of limited in when he goes, and so then sometimes it does. I would like to play more than I do. Anyway, yes,
Kyle wants to know if you have Matt Eberfluss's used underwear.
No, I don't. Those are the I have Jake Pete's pants, Evan Cooper's shirt, and Alan Williams' pants. Those are the only 3 things I have.
You should wear that Michigan State pullover. I think that's pretty
It's
cool.
awesome.
But
It's
wait
sick.
for the Michigan State game.
I have
Uh,
an Illinois quarter zip
Happer
that I
writes,
just can't wear.
I don't think that meets the threshold of I play hockey. So Happer's
You know
with
what?
me. I don't think you
Can
do
you
either.
just? I'm going to look you dead in the eyes. I don't give a damn, man.
It seems like you do a little bit,
I
though.
don't.
No, I
I
think
little
no.
tiny
Again,
bit of damn given.
this isn't like going and playing pickup basketball. There's only so many sheets of ice
you
that are
gotta-
around and available,
I
and
gotta
then
think-
you got to find people to play hockey with. This isn't like when we were kids. you know, and it was like, hey, you want to play pickup football out in the back? Yeah, sure. You know, hockey's a little different. You got to have the equipment and you got to have the ice.
So the ice is stuff like I got to pay $15 every time I play. And
that's why I'm impressed by all of these, you know, hockey players and stuff. I mean, you had to work just to get to play hockey.
Yes.
Much less playing the hockey, which in and of itself is a skill set that is very unique because you got to know how to skate.
Sometimes you play without goalies, which sucks, but you just have to like aim for a goal post.
Play for goal? You play without goalies?
Without goalies, yeah. You got to hit the crossbar.
But there's not enough people, John.
Yeah.
Well, how many people are you playing with?
Don't do 3-on-3. That's going to trigger the Canadians.
No, no. We get 5-on-5, but it's just sometimes you just don't get a goalie.
Well, then why don't you play 4-on-4 and then have goalies?
I mean, it's more about the guys with the pads, right?
Yeah, they probably don't have the equipment.
Yeah, there's not just say, hey, you walk into the locker room and they have goalie gear.
That's
again, you're like proving your point even more for
exactly, and that's fine. I'm just asking the question.
Oh yeah. No, so there are guys who are specifically goalies, and it's just there's way less goalies than there are players, and so it's like the goalie in the beer league hockey community, your best friends are your goalies because it's like there's only so many of them, and you have to text them.
There you go.
Like I have a buddy of mine, Alex. He's a goalie. He gets to play for free whenever he wants.
For free.
Because
he's a goalie.
Because he's a goalie, and they always need one. And so he just has these people who's like, hey, dude, you want to come out and you want to play? And he'll just go and he'll just play all week.
Freelance goalie.
Freelance goalie.
Again, this is why this is why you really have to work to be a hockey player.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. I dabble in hockey. Is probably the best. Nick put it best. Honestly, I dabble.
Yeah,
I'm not a beer league hockey player.
I understand that, but I say you play hockey.
I like to get on the ice and feel the wind hit my skin for like 10 minutes, and then I'm like, I'm cold, or I'm hot, or I'm tired, and I'm sick of this. You know.
But you want to go to Shucks.
Yes, exactly. See, he gets me. Man.
I got you.
He's
man.
Already there.
402 texter says, I have Josiah Alex socks.
Nice.
I don't know if I'd want used socks.
I would not want used socks.
Let me power rank the items that you wouldn't want most.
I mean, any undergear.
Junk.
Any undergear.
Honestly, pants are close to me not wanting.
I'd go junk stuff, socks, and then
headband.
I wouldn't want another headband. And then after that, I think I'm good with anything.
The forehead sweat, the acne, and also too, like what type
I think
of
the acne's just sitting on there even if you wash it.
Oh yeah.
You don't want some athlete foot fungus either.
Yeah. Not gonna have to worry. No.
What?
oh no!
Not
say it.
Nope.
Say it.
Right.
Nope.
Say it.
Nope.
Please.
I'm just going to enjoy this baseball game.
They're playing at Winthrop.
Oh, it's a Big South game.
Hey,
Marshall
Nebraska's
and
special
Winthrop.
teams coordinator.
What?
What's Nebraska? The former kicker for the
Brett
Dallas-
Maher.
Brett Maher.
What about him?
I just wanted somebody to say it.
Oh yeah, Brett Maher.
Brett Maher.
He famously missed like
I think I said Maher.
5 or 6 extra points in the 2022 postseason, including the first 4.
Oh, that's right,
against
the Bucks.
So pissed. And then he missed another one against the 49ers the next week.
Oh, have you talked to him about this?
No, I'd love to yell at him though.
Well, you might.
Well, that's not why they.
Honor.
I mean, they still
That's not
won
what
the
they
Bucks
lost.
game.
Yeah. I just would still like to yell at him, or just maybe ask him.
Hey, I like your.
He had the yips. He was perfectly fine
And
before
that's the guy
that.
you want coaching special teams?
Well, it's
Be
not
like,
just
hey,
about.
Chuck Knobloch, teach a guy to throw from first.
It's not just about.
Back.
It's just not about
John
a
Lester.
kicking.
John Lester also had the yips.
Yeah.
Who was the quarterback for
Also,
Wisconsin? Stoltz or
Well, sometimes it
Stotts?
works out. Like
Stave.
Mark Pryor's a good pitching coach.
But he didn't have the yips. He just
sucked.
well, he had injuries.
Mark Pryor did not suck.
I'm kidding. I'm trying to trigger you.
Mark Pryor was great, and then he got hurt.
I'm
He
a
could have been
Cubs
Hall
fan.
of
I was
Fame
trying to trigger you.
with a player that on a team that you also root
He
for. Of
barely
course, you
cares.
probably
He barely cares
got
about the
Cardinals shirts. You had Jim Edmonds shirts somewhere laying
Matt,
around in your house.
Sneaky thing about Matt that I've learned in getting to know him, he doesn't really care about the Cubs. Like he wants them to do well, but it doesn't like ruin his life if they suck.
This is sad.
He got the World Series.
The
and he's
Cubs
good.
are literally the original professional sports team from your city.
If the
the
Cubs had won a
original.
World Series, I bet Matt would still be
I
all in.
have to allow them to affect my mood because
You allow the stupid Bears to affect your mood.
I get to choose and pick. You allow the stupid Rams to affect your life. You're not even from
Because
LA.
Doesn't
Or
matter
St.
if
Louis.
I'm from
there.
you don't have to be from
So-
a place to root for a
Okay,
team.
so now, but I'm from that place, and so now you who aren't from that place get to dictate how I root about my team. You don't get to dictate anything about.
I
my
can
life.
dictate whenever
What's your power
I want
rankings
to.
of teams?
There is zero. I don't have to follow anybody's.
At least the
rules.
Cubs play in Chicago.
For
Well,
now.
For now,
Maybe
Their
they'll go
zip
to
code is
Indiana,
in
too.
Chicago.
they might go to Gary, Indiana too.
Highly unlikely.
I don't know.
They,
I would have said
they've
that
spruced up the neighborhood. I mean, the Ricketts
neighborhood
own the
is
entire
big.
neighborhood.
I know. You think
They're
I'm actually
rich.
arguing about this with you? I'm aware of
So
all
if you were to
Exactly.
power
They're
rank
never
the
moving.
Chicago
I was
teams,
there when it was all happening.
Bears number 1. I forget. Is it Bulls number 2 for you?
The
Or
Bears.
Blackhawks?
So it's weird. The Bears are number 1, and they're just by far above,
like
and
way
large
above everybody else.
above everybody else. Then I would honestly say it would probably be the Bulls.
Yeah, you love the
2,
Bulls. That's depressing.
and then the Cubs, and then the Hawks. But like, I don't know, my
Hawks.
relationship,
And then
like,
the Fire.
So this is going to be really weird to people.
Where's DePaul?
But I don't give a rat's.
Under
How about
the gra-
UIC?
Under the ground.
Their baseball. Their
What about
volleyball.
University of Chicago, home of Jay
The-
Berwanger, first Heisman Trophy winner? People forget.
Growing up,
The Wang.
like
that's
from
what they
when
called
I
him.
was 1 year old to like 10 years old, it was all about the Cubs. I was all Cubs guy.
And then they won the World Series, and you didn't care anymore.
And then like you had the Blackhawks dynasty, right?
I remember them.
And that was hard not to be a Hawks fan and go to the game.
Da,
Like,
da,
love
da,
that.
da, da,
So I would say
da,
from like
da, da,
2010
da,
to
da.
2016, I was all Cubs and Hawks. And
Okay.
like I cared about the Bears.
Okay.
And then the Cubs won the World Series and the Hawks won 3 titles. And I would say around 2016 to 2017, that was like when I think that was what John Fox just got brought in or something like that.
Oh,
Like
that was a terrible
that's when
time.
I became Bears mad. And so
Bears Matt.
I've seen the Hawks win 3 titles.
Tight.
I love them. I follow them. I see every result. Like I follow all the teams, and I hope they do well. I've seen the Cubs win a World Series. I watch 2 games a week, and that's how I keep up with them.
More than I watch.
I've seen them win a title. I'm cool. The Bulls are second, and the Bears are first because I haven't seen them win a title, and I would love to.
So
see
you're
that.
saying once they win a title, you're going to be I'm kind of out on these guys.
I'm
now.
just not as diehard as I used to. I mean, I could tell you the entire, like I could, from year to year, I can have a conversation with you about any of those teams. It's just my level of like diehardness is very high.
How many Bulls games do you watch a week?
Well, see, I watched,
It's hard right now.
I
'cause
watched
you're
the first 15 games of the season, and then it was just, and then they went on this road trip where they just lost to all these bad teams.
Hmm.
And I was just like, this is the same old, same old. This is the same old crap Billy Donovan does. I'm so sick of this. I'm tired of watching them.
I always
Yeah.
forget
They're not
Billy
going to be.
Donovan's the
They're
Bulls
not going to
coach.
be. They're not going to be any different this year than they were the last couple of years. So
True.
yeah, I kind of gave. I'll just say it. Kind of gave up on them. Where I'm
Sad.
like, I'm just not as invested because there's no point. I have a busy life. I have
You are a busy
better
person.
things to do than invest in this team, watching every game. Than I know what's going to happen. And then they've blown the team entirely up now. And
Wait,
they're
is Billy
tanking.
Donovan still the coach, or did he get fired?
No, he's still. They extended him. They
Oh.
extended him because they're dumbasses. They're
Interesting.
stupid.
That's tough.
And it's just like, I don't know, man. It's so hard to
They
root
pulled
for.
a Troy Dan and Matt Rule situation.
So
Interesting.
That's because you were so interested, John. There are
Yogurt?
my pro sports relationships.
That's awesome.
Go Bears.
Kyle says you're always 2 clicks away from Blackhawks.
You really are.
You love hockey.
I do love hockey.
Mm.
It's great.
Well, it's done now.
Well, yeah, you're
Olympics
not
hockey
wrong.
is done.
Well,
Olympics
yeah,
hockey
but-
is done.
I
See you in 2 months, hockey.
Okay, we had a long segment about the Olympics today
Yeah.
and the game, and I go, all right, see you in April.
Yeah,
That's
seriously.
literally what I said. I was like, we will not talk about hockey until the playoffs.
I remember.
Great. You've just alienated all of the Penguins fans that are
they
in
could
this
suck it.
audience.
I remember 2010, the last time, well, not the last time, but when the U.S. lost to Canada in overtime. And I was on KRNU at the time.
Oh, wow.
And one of our topics was, is this going to mean anything for the popularity of hockey? A classic sports talk staple. And we agreed it would. We were idiots. So if anybody is doing that topic today,
It's
the answer
great.
is definitively no.
It's great for hockey. It doesn't really
doesn't
affect.
mean anything for the NHL.
It doesn't mean anything for the NHL.
I always
No,
loved
it didn't.
watching-
I mean, the 1980 team didn't really have a huge
yeah, if
impact
anyone was going to, it would have been that one.
on hockey. I
Like-
mean, hockey's in an interesting spot because it's a sport that has some very, very passionate, diehard fans. And in the cities that have hockey, have the NHL, they watch it and they fill the arenas. But the rest of the country
Doesn't care.
doesn't care as much. But at the same time, it's not really growing, but it's also not falling off.
You know what? The
It's
other thing,
very
though, is
strong where it's at.
everyone who talks about it, no one has a
Perfect.
bad thing to say about hockey. So like basketball, for example, the NBA.
Yeah.
John just doesn't like the NBA. John never goes, yeah, I don't like hockey or I don't like the NHL. It's just, I got other things to do. I'm too busy. There are too many games. But playoffs arrive, and what are we going to do? We'll have it on.
The one thing
I like hockey playoffs.
The one incredible thing about hockey is that a lot of people watched that game yesterday, and maybe it was like the first hockey game they've seen in a while, right? And everyone goes, wow, what a sport. That was fun. That was exciting. That was riveting.
But then,
yet they are not going to go out of their way to then watch the game, like another game again.
But that's because it's hard to match that intensity.
Well,
it's impossible.
That I think that's a part of it. But like,
but you have a team to root for.
Yeah.
That is the in for everybody, is you have somebody to root for, whether it's an individual or whether it's
imagine you're a kid,
country.
A kid in Omaha, Nebraska, who wakes up today. They're like, I love the Olympics. I want to get into the NHL. What do you even do?
Jack,
do you
you become a Penguins fan.
You become a Penguins fan. That's true.
Yeah, then you realize that Hellebuck plays in Toronto. He's like, wait,
he doesn't play in Toronto.
I thought he was a Maple Leaf.
Winnipeg.
Or Winnipeg. Sorry, I knew he was a Canadian.
John.
I knew it was a Canadian.
Manitoba.
Team. I knew it was a Canadian team.
Not Ontario.
But that's the whole point. The reason why people got into it then and now is because they all had a rooting interest. The United States.
Yeah.
It's no different than anything else. And that's a big reason why I'm not a huge NBA person. I don't have a team. If I had a team that I was like diehard passionate about,
if there was
then
a local
absolutely.
team, it would probably be easier.
So here's two cases. I did not watch the game. I don't think anybody watched the game yesterday and said, wow, I want to watch the Philadelphia Flyers play. I want to watch the San Jose Sharks play. The one thing, though, to counter your point, though, John, is that I know people here in Nebraska who are roughly your age who became Patriots fans because of Irving Fryer, because of a singular player.
Of course, yeah.
Right?
John's a fan of the Rams because of a former Husker.
I think you can make the argument that there might be some kids who became New Jersey Devils fans yesterday because Jack Hughes plays for the Devils. And they're like, I love Jack Hughes.
Maybe.
That's my hero. I'm going to root for him. I think he's awesome. That might have happened. Sure. But we are all very lockstep in here in terms of this is great for U.S. hockey, for the sport in America. Yeah. What happened yesterday was incredible. It was monumental. It was momentous. It was the amount, like the momentum that will create in terms of youth hockey being more important, money being important in the programs. That's only going to go up. The NHL doesn't really benefit.
Yeah. I love the idea. Does this make you want to watch the Flyers?
No. It does, like,
what I didn't think about yesterday? The Flyers.
Yeah. That's just kind of what Olympic hockey does.
I was just thinking it's so cool that it's 3-on-3 at the end. That's what I kept thinking. Just kidding, Matt.
It's a different game, but it's funny. Like,
I mean, it's no different than the overtime rules in college football, which are gimmick.
Do you know that if we had a draft, of like, draft your 3-on-3 hockey teams. If we had a draft, the first 5 picks would have been on Team Canada. The line of McKinnon, McDavid, McCarr, those are your first 3 draft picks.
Also, if they were so triggered about it, maybe they should have scored when it was 5-on-3. Did they think about scoring when it was 5-on-3?
I saw a great tweet.
That's 2 more players.
That's true. That's a good question.
I saw a great tweet this morning that someone was like, yesterday, Canadian hockey Twitter got into a war with college football Twitter, and it was an absolute massacre.
Oh, because of overtime stuff?
Well, because just American college football Twitter, invaded Canadian hockey Twitter and just handed them their lunch and made them all pissed off.
Yeah, seriously, they sounded like the Scott Frost era Nebraska football.
It's incredible that Canadian hockey fans forgot how the sport they created worked.
Yeah.
Also, we were the better team. I'm like, there's a thing called a goalie, brother.
Right, you lost.
There's a thing called finishing, man.
Now, if you were the better team, I will hear hockey purist. Because I saw a few of them yesterday, and that's why I did my poll question. What do you prefer for overtime, 5-on-5 or 3-on-3? As someone who does not watch the sport regularly, I kind of defer to what the purists want because they're the ones that are most invested in it. So I would have preferred 5-on-5.
Yeah, that's purist.
But the reason they do 3-on-3 is because they are trying to get a goal faster so they can.
Right.
But the reason they did 3-on-3 was to make it more entertaining from a regular season level. When they go into the playoffs, it's still
it goes
when
back
did
to
they go to 3-on-3 in the Olympics?
Maybe,
in the Olympics.
Oh, I have no clue.
This one I thought, right? Because when Canada won in 10, it was 4-on-4 in overtime. So it's
Yeah.
at
So,
some
so it's
point,
still gimmicked.
at some
Well,
point,
but 4-on-4, there's still a semblance of hockey. Hockey is a game of zones, angles, systems, and speed. When
I've
you
been saying that for years.
when you take away 4 players from the ice, it no longer
it's a different
becomes
sport.
It no longer becomes about zones or angles or systems. It's just one-on-one-on-one.
It's about speed.
It's just about skill.
Where we're skill.
Yeah, and
That's what I
so
said.
And that's
And
why.
systems.
And honestly,
sometimes.
that's
There's
why
no
I'm
system.
surprised.
Oh.
You said it before. The top 5 guys you would have picked for a 3-on-3 team were Canadian. Just
Oh.
watching the game yesterday,
Yeah.
I thought the better Canadian players outskated the better American players.
But that was a matchup thing. So
It was, but what I'm
it
saying
was
is-
Miller, Nelson, and Trocheck, and that's their best defensive line. And so
Right.
basically, you don't want to waste the energy and minutes of your top line against the other top line, and so you combat that with specific lines. Miller and Trocheck were only put on the team to face off against that line, and so that's why that happened. That was a matchup thing. That wasn't really a speed thing. But
Hockey.
what I was going to, I forgot what I was going to say. I was going
All
to
right.
say something smart.
Nah, you got there. You were like
But-
70% of the way there.
Educated us on hockey and systems and
So now we move
speed.
on from the Olympics.
Middays with Matt, where we had everybody's Monday show on Friday, because all the things we talked about. For
Oh
hockey,
yeah, I heard you mention this on your show today. You
we
previewed.
we talked about all of it on Friday.
You predicted
We-
everything.
Okay, I told people you're going to be pissed about 3-on-3 overtime if this game goes there. What happened? That's exactly what happened. I told you.
Oh, I
Connor,
wasn't pissed about it.
I told you Connor Hullebuck was the best player on everybody's team, or on their team. Everybody found out that guy is so good. He is so.
He knows puck.
Did you tell us that we'd be talking about Darren Peterson some more on Monday and that there'd be a long story on ESPN.com?
Okay.
Yeah.
I also did talk about. I said Jack Hughes was the best player on the team. Puck knower.
I gotta watch the.
I got to give. Someone's got to pat myself on the back. I said those words wrong.
I gotta watch.
Someone's
the,
got to pat myself on the back. That would
pat
be
me
you.
on the back.
Mhm.
Come pat me on the back is what Matt was saying. John, why don't you take care of it for us?
Come on, feel it. Feel it. It's a good shirt.
I've already felt that shit.
Give
No,
him a there.
no, I don't want to touch a loser shirt. I mean, that is a loser shirt.
Got him.
Wow, you just called me.
Not you.
No, the
I'm talking about the
Panthers.
team.
Wow,
I'm talking about the team.
People forget the
People
Panthers.
forget.
We were
They lost
developing in the
playoffs.
right situation. Like I was like, wow, me and John, our friendship, man. It's been
No. I'm
taking a
talking
boost
about the
last couple
team,
of
not
months.
you.
You know, I've
I'm
gotten so
talking
much
about the
closer with
team.
Nick. I've gotten closer with Josh. I've gotten closer with John.
Ryan in Delaware.
We're really becoming a team.
I love listening to Josh try to BS his way through talking about sports that aren't football. I totally relate. 100 emoji. I can talk about other sports, angles and stuff. Hockey.
And systems.
Systems. Hockey's cool because it's fast and physical. That's why I like hockey.
Shut
Allison Lincoln.
up.
And then
It
you
is.
don't. And
What are you talking about?
well, then you
The way
don't
that you
watch.
said that.
I like that it's fast and
was-
physical. It's
the
awesome.
way you said that was the total BS.
No, I
zone.
swear to
I
God.
love hockey because it's fast and physical.
They're
Yeah.
crashing into each other. They're skating around. It's fun to watch. Just don't care. But it's fun. I like going to hockey games. There's nothing like the smell of a hockey arena.
No, there's many things
good
better
and
than the
bad.
smell of a hockey
Well, maybe
arena.
get the popcorn in the air
I'll
and
tell you
the
right now,
cold in the air and some beer.
I can go to the movies and smell those same things
Probably.
without the disgusting 19-year-old back knee sweat.
Omaha has everything I could want in a city. If I'm being, I seriously love Omaha. The
Yeah,
one thing
that's how
is
this
though,
whole
is
thing
that
started.
the one thing
Take
was
us home,
though,
Matt.
like when I was home in Chicago for 8 months, like we stopped going to bars and started going to Blackhawk games, and we would just like take the train to the UC, and we would just
Be
go.
nice if we had a professional
And
sport
like it was,
that.
man,
It'd be nice if we had public transport.
it would
like
be
that.
a
That too.
Wednesday, and I would like get out of work at 3:00, and I get a call from a buddy, be like, "Hey, puck drop at 7. Like, you want to meet up here?"
Why don't we
I'm
move
like,
the Blackhawks to Omaha?
You know what? Yes.
They're going to become the testicles?
Yep, exactly.
I mean, they're already moving the football team. Why
Exactly.
not move the
This
hockey
could be
team too?
Chicago's
You know what?
bit. Move all the teams.
but still call them Chicago.
Yeah, they're the Chicago Blackhawks in Omaha.
Of Omaha.
It's like a
The
college
Los
team.
Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
This
the
is great.
Chicago Blackhawks of Omaha.
I would love it. I
Me
would start
too.
going to
I would
hockey
have such a
games.
great time.
Plus, we would be the official home. John could be the announcer. It'd be great. Daddy John.
I doubt
You
it.
don't want to be the hockey announcer?
No.
Horse crap call.
That's what he'd say about the referees.
Mhm.
Ah!
I'm
All right.
good.
Maybe
I'm
Matt can do it. Can you do play-by-play for hockey?
Yeah, I did play-by-play for hockey for 2 years at
All right.
Nebraska.
Perfect. Matt, it is.
good. At Nebraska,
Congratulations.
they don't have a hockey team.
They
Yeah,
have
the
a
club
Nebraska
team.
club team, and I created I helped create the broadcast that did the Nebraska hockey club games.
People
We did it
forget.
all on YouTube, and we actually had a pregame for all of. Why are you laughing? This was a lot. This was
because literally the
This-
only people that
this-
cared were already there.
No,
no,
don't forget about the parents of the
ants and
broadcaster.
the-
Yeah,
we got-
John.
The
we got-
parents of the broadcaster. Okay.
Hell yeah.
All right,
Who
good.
else was listening?
We had about 85 people watching our YouTube stream in any
Okay.
given game.
Okay,
We-
that's actually pretty
this
good.
was like my damn thesis that you're
Is it on
laughing about.
YouTube?
Like this, yeah, go ahead, look up Husker Hockey Club.
Husker Hockey Club.
Yeah.
Okay. Do
And
they still do it?
I
Is it
believe-
Husker or Nebraska Hockey Club? Oh, here it is. 1.02 thousand subscribers. Is that it?
Yeah.
Wow, they're still doing stuff. All right, man. How far do I have to scroll back to
you have
find
to
your?
go-
Oh my gosh! Look at that thumbnail, Matt. You look like you don't have a neck
Oh.
in one of these thumbnails.
Look
This
at
is great. Wow.
that was Keaton Oliveira.
All right, we
He
got to
was
find.
Keegan Oliveira.
I'm gonna
He was
fast forward so I can find your face.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe. Oh, there he is. Where did he go? Look at this. Oh no! Look at this. It's a
Crotch shot. What are you doing standing up in
for
front of the camera?
anthem? That's hilarious.
You
Wow.
even did the anthem for
Wow.
a club game?
Oh, say
I mean,
can
I don't remember doing the anthem for our fifth and
Who's the
sixth
guy who
grade
looks
flag
like he
football
got
teams.
electrocuted?
That's Keegan.
Look at Keegan's hair. He looks like he put his hand into a socket. And it was...
I called play-by-play. I did a lot of play-by-play games for hockey.
Wow.
And we
There
also
you
did
go.
a pregame show.
734 views.
You
That's
can
not
be
too bad.
you
Good
can
job.
be the voice of the Chicago Blackhawks
know what?
of Omaha.
I just gave it a like.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, 9 likes now in the video. Good
They
job by
used
you, Matt.
to they used to post our clips, our highlights and stuff like that at the College of Journalism. So it would just be me giving play-by-play hockey calls throughout the. You could hear the sights and sounds of Husker hockey throughout Anderson Hall.
Before you go, Matt, Stibbs has a comment about your hockey team.
Yeah, Mike.
F the Blackhawks.
Yeah, I'm sure people don't like us. It's okay. I'll just cry with my 3 rings. No big
Nice.
deal.
All right. Wow.
That you really don't care about.
Yeah, he's moved on. That's
I-
that's old Matt.
I so established so well like what it was about.
No, I know.
I was playing hockey at the time too.
I understand.
When you have 4 pro sports teams, it's impossible to be a diehard for all 4. You have to kind of pick and choose and balance and level. And then I have to add Nebraska sports to all of this.
Don't forget about Northwestern.
I have like 10 teams I root for, which that doesn't even
Well, you
count.
don't have to.
That doesn't even count my boxers that I like, the MMA fighters that I like, the golfers,
Panthers, the
golfers
Eagles,
that I
Panthers,
like.
the
It
Eagles.
doesn't,
Gear,
it doesn't count. It
Rams.
doesn't count the horses that I root for.
the horses.
Good
John,
Lord.
we did the 100-point thing where it's like give 100 points to your rooting interest, and I had 3 points left, and I go, I want to bet the winner of the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, and the Belmont.
We did that at Monolithic recently.
Those are my three final points. We're betting the winner of those 3
Have we ever done that exercise to
No.
do the fandom points? It's a
No.
fun exercise.
I have 9 teams. I have too many
95
teams.
points to the Dallas Cowboys. Don't care about
You
anything
need,
else.
you need to shed some points. That's all.
He will. You'll get
See
older.
you,
and
Nebraska football.
Yeah, you're gonna start dropping
I'm kidding,
stuff
I'm
off.
kidding. I'm kidding.
Shout out to your fan width, though.
My what?
Fan width.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have to get you the login to Big Ten Plus.
Yeah, thank you.
No, you really don't.
I'm helping him out.
I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
then we could watch the games in the studio, John.
Can we?
We get to. There's no
All
more
right, guys.
Olympics. Bye, my Matt.
But
See ya. I appreciate you all.
Yep. There he goes. Carolina Panther Matt.
What a great crossover.
Brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. Everlevelconcrete.com. 1620 the zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you.
Oh, you can do at least 7.5. At least 7.5. Oh, what's minimum? Well, minimum wage, we can't afford that. It's like $85 an hour.
Nice. Hey, look, it's Matt McMaster and
that's
Chris
true.
Prudon behind us.
It is. That's true.
Look at that.
Hi.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Hello and welcome to a new week here on the program. Good to be back in studio.
Yeah, hey, John.
So what do we got you in studio this week? We got you today. We got you tomorrow. We definitely don't have you Wednesday.
Nope.
No.
Probably don't have you Thursday.
Probably not.
Okay, so we got
'Cause that's
today,
gonna be
tomorrow,
late.
Friday.
Because it's going to be a
Right.
late game.
The basketball season's almost done.
It's
so
a late game. And, of course, the traffic situation around CHI is a disaster because of the streetcar to nowhere, which is an absolute waste of taxpayer money. But that's neither here nor there. But, yeah, 3 times, that's pretty good.
that's more than last week,
It
which
is.
was famously
1.
one time. That's 3 times as many.
That's right.
This is awesome.
Good math.
It's so
That's
good
good
to have you
math.
back, John. It's so good to see you. See you, Nick. It's good to have all of us here
Yeah.
hanging out. I
Mhm.
watched a movie last night that I kind of want to talk about with people. That is a wild movie. I almost picked it for the movie club, and I kind of wish I would have it as a documentary. It's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
What
I've
is
gotten-
it with you people and your nutty movies, man? You like
It's a documentary.
you like watching nutty things.
It's a documentary.
I do like watching nutty things. I got 2 people to watch Begonia over the weekend.
There you go. Good job by you, Nick.
Just it's hard. It's hard to stay in the real world.
It's not
isn't
weird. This isn't a weird. This was a documentary. It's literally the real
It? About
world.
what?
Lady who murders another lady.
Oh, imagine that! Another addendum to the murder
Dude,
cult.
I highly recommend this movie.
Of course you do.
No, not for the
It's-
reasons you think.
It's chapter 27.
The
This
whole-
book's getting bigger all the time. You're gonna have an Old Testament and a New Testament
might have to.
of the Murder Manifesto.
Might have to. Doug and Ido says the name of the doc. The name of the doc is The Perfect Neighbor, and it is on.
Sounds kind of like the imperfect name.
Yeah, she says it. The lady who takes her out, she said that about herself early on in the movie.
Mm.
It's on Netflix if you want to watch it. Basically, I would say, John, 95% of this movie is body cam footage via police officers that keep coming into the neighborhood over the course of 2 years.
Mm.
And that's all I will say about it. But I highly
And
recommend
they weren't
it.
able to stop this from happening.
No.
Interesting.
They were not. Also, some of the most heartbreaking things that I've ever seen on a television screen were in this documentary. So
Sounds very uplifting.
buyer beware. It's
Apparently,
not-
Josh was too uplifted yesterday morning by the U.S. hockey team.
Yeah, you
I
know
need
what
to
I
be
needed?
brought down.
needed a bit
I
of a come
need
down.
to be brought down.
Mm-hmm. 402 text says, Josh, the Creighton basketball season has been over for a long time now. No, I meant like literally over,
Yeah.
not figuratively.
Until we get
over.
John back.
Yeah. Though there were people last week that were like, oh man, maybe Creighton could make the tournament now. Didn't understand that, but that's neither here nor
Go ahead, enjoy.
What are you talking about?
Kick
I
us,
make fun
kick
of
us, kick us
everybody.
while you're down.
I make fun
Go
of
ahead.
Nebraska football. I make fun of Creighton basketball. I make fun of Nebraska baseball. I make fun of everybody.
But you'd never make fun of the Cowboys.
I make fun of them all the time. Their owner's an idiot. The franchise is stupid. Put up some damn
Smiles
curtains.
and glory holes.
There you go.
While he's wearing the shirt.
Yeah, I could still support them while hating them.
That just doesn't make any sense.
It does to me, John.
The Grumdown 26, decorated in red, white, and blue for America, conquerors of America's hat.
It's actually more red, blue, and white.
That's just the way it is, Nick.
That's a bright red.
It is.
It's red. It's red.
I know.
Red.
I said it's bright red.
It's red. The final 2 weeks of the college basketball season are upon us.
That is crazy. In all seriousness, I can't believe it's almost over.
I started working on the formats for the championship week.
What, for the Final Four?
No, for the
For the conference
championship
championship week. When Creighton is playing at 1:30 in the afternoon. God, we love this.
We don't know that yet. We're not sure.
Put it on the list.
Oh, go ahead.
Creighton will play in the 4-5 game at 1:30 at MSG.
Get it on there, Mr. List.
I am writing it down. This is going to be hilarious when we revisit the list in December because we'll all make fun of me for it.
Eckler, special teams was on cruise control.
Oh, was this dropped when we got home
Off
on
the air.
Friday?
Off the air,
like,
yeah,
wait,
I know.
what is
I
this
saw
stuff?
it. Yeah. Which is now that we've heard from both sides, are you Team Eckler or Team Rule?
I saw a tweet when you put up the poll question yesterday that said, "Why do I have to pick a side?" Because it's a poll question.
Well, you don't have to. If
Just don't vote.
you don't want to vote, don't vote.
Don't vote.
You
But
don't
not
wanna vote,
voting
don't
is
vote.
the same as voting for the bad thing. Just so you know.
No, it's that's silliness. Means you're not voting. Why does Nebraska's NIL lag behind?
That's a good question. They seem to have billions of dollars.
And yet they don't somehow.
I have a list.
Get the tomatoes.
I have a list of why Nebraska's NIL lags behind.
The Nebraska NIL files.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Were you listening when we discussed this? So you know how everything used to be gate, water, gate, and then everything was gate. Now, because of Epstein, it's files.
Yeah.
So there was you probably missed this last week, but they're the KD files. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Who's that?
Kevin Durant.
He's a basketball player.
I understand that. What is he doing?
So
Isn't he kind of washed and done?
Well, he has a new burner, and he was talking allegedly. He allegedly has a new burner, and he was talking trash about current teammates and other people in the NFL. He called Russell Westbrook a triple-double cocaine bear, which is an all-timer. But anyway,
I tell you what,
the files.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing we did have the Olympics to distract us from the
files.
fakeness of NBA drama.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of like real drama. It'd be like if someone found like a bunch of emails of me saying like, I hate Nick's guts and I wish John would fall off a cliff. You know, like thankfully none of that.
Are you
exists.
captain?
Captain.
Yeah. Is that your burner?
Maybe it is, Nick. Maybe it is.
Mitch Sherman will join us from The Athletic.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
It is also a Michael Severe Monday.
Nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
It was not the best week for the baseball.
Baseball.
Yeah,
Major
the
League?
local baseball.
Oh.
Wasn't a good week.
Yeah, well.
What do you mean, John? They beat Florida State.
They did beat Florida State.
But then they lost the other two games.
But Florida State.
Who got the predictions point for this one?
Nobody did because we all picked Creighton. And they didn't win a game, and Nebraska won one.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Tough luck.
Did Omaha win one?
I believe they also struggled to win one.
I thought they won one.
Did they?
They only played two. There was a part of me that thought maybe I should pick Omaha, but I did not.
Tough luck.
Let's scan. The old Warren Nolan. I missed you, old
Warren Nolan is like baseball Bart.
Oh, you know what? The winning pick would have been Omaha.
Wow.
I knew I should have picked the Mavs.
Good job, Mavs.
They won both games.
Proud of you, Mavs.
Brazy.
Good. Brad is brazy, Nick.
Damn
Brad
it.
is brazy.
Oh, I'm kicking myself.
Damn it.
Where else am I?
Tushes.
Oh, and perhaps Tushes will still be pushed.
Somehow, John, you left off the Grum Down, the biggest news of the weekend.
Yours.
Yours. You got a new dog.
You got a new dog?
John Bishop is a new owner of a puppy that's named
Hey, Daddy's home. Lick, lick, lick.
Woods.
Oh, like Frank Woods from Call of Duty Black Ops?
No,
Wood.
former Chicago Cub, early 80s outfielder Gary Woods.
but plural. Proud of you, John. I remember when
Woods.
you guys got Wrigley, you were like, I don't want this dog.
Hey,
Well,
Daddy's
I'll be
home.
honest
Lick,
with you.
lick,
I
lick.
really didn't want to add another dog.
Tell me about Mr. Wood.
But
Yeah, what's
but
up
do
with-
but
what's
do
up
I get a
with
choice
Woody?
in these things? Hell,
What kind of
no.
dog is your Woody? Tell us about your Woody.
How big's your Woody, John?
Very big.
Very tiny. It's a tiny Woody.
Yeah, right now Woods is a little guy.
Oh.
He's about the same size as the cat.
It's just a little guy. What kind of dog is he?
Meow.
He's a Vizsla,
Meow.
which I didn't even know existed.
What's a Vizsla?
It's a bird dog.
A bird? Oh, man. So this is one that you need
It's
to
half bird?
Oh,
No.
man. So this is
No,
a
no,
dog.
no, no,
Sounds like
no.
a dog that needs a
It's
lot
a-
of walks.
It's a good
Yeah.
it's a good dog for bird hunting.
So this
Good
dog-
thing you hunt a lot of birds.
I am.
Tay says, "OMG, those are great dogs." Now, how
I
many
had never heard of this breed of dog
I've also
before,
never heard of
ever.
it. Vizsla?
I saw a dog yesterday on my run.
VISZLA, I think is how it's spelled.
I saw this dog yesterday. Man,
Okay.
this thing was hunting.
Oh, those dogs. Those dogs look human to me.
Tay says they run a lot and they feel smooth like a seal.
They are. He's very smooth.
Doug and Idaho says high energy. Yeah. So
Yeah.
what's the plan with that? Because that's the important thing with high energy dogs. They need exercise.
You see a pigeon in
they'll-
the neighborhood,
they'll
your
get
arm's
exercise.
going to get taken
How
off
many
by this
they'll
thing.
get
miles a
exercise.
day is this dog going to go out for walks for? Are you going to have to do it in shifts?
Well,
kids in
we
the
do have
morning,
a
you at
thing.
night?
We do have a thing called a backyard.
Oh,
You
interesting.
can kind of run around back there if he needs to.
He's going to get the zoomies.
You know, he'll get walked. Don't worry, he'll get
Okay.
walked.
Just want to make sure.
You have everything all puppy proofed when he starts teething.
Oh, the puppy proofing is only just begun, though he has already mastered going up and down the stairs,
That is awesome.
which is
That is
pretty
cool.
impressive given his small stature.
Steve
He did that
writes-
yesterday.
Stibbs writes what is it? Vizsla? Is that how you said it?
Vizsla.
Good luck. They're hyper as all get out.
Oh,
Awesome. I can't wait to hear stories about this dog. This is very exciting.
we need to make a wood story update
Oh,
open.
John, yeah, let's do this maybe once a week. We come back on Monday. This could be our fun spring and summer way to kick off every week.
The name of the segment, How's Your Wood?
How's your
my
wood?
wood?
Bark, bark, bark. What did your wood get into
Or
this weekend?
Wood Wednesdays.
Wood Wednesdays. Okay, this is exciting, John. We're happy for you and the entire Bishop family.
I love puppies.
Puppies are awesome.
He's a cute little guy. That's
Bring
for
him in,
sure.
John.
Tay says, is he
No,
a
I'm
puppy?
not bringing him in.
Tay wants to know, is he a puppy because the loose skin and giant paws is what gets me? Yeah. What's
Well,
up with those paws?
Does wood have loose skin?
I love,
Not really.
sometimes with babies, Nick, they cut off some of that loose skin for wood, when they're first born.
Mhm.
Though not all religions are into that kind of thing. I
No.
hear. Yeah.
Yeah, not really. He's pretty. His skin is pretty taut.
It's taut skin. Tight.
There he is. For those of you. In the
Oh
video
my
stream.
gosh, look at him!
Yeah, he's pretty cute. man.
That's Woods.
Yeah.
He looks like Dobby.
That's Woods.
Nick, good reference. It does. Harry Potter character.
Oh,
Yeah. He's a house elf.
I have no
You
idea.
should give him a little sock, John.
I have no idea what you're talking
Wait, I
about.
think the
This
little
is-
sock
You're
goes somewhere
speaking
else.
French to me. You're speaking French.
Wow.
Well, there he is.
I love your wood, John.
Wrigley is getting used to him.
Yeah, how's that going?
It's good.
That's the part
It's
that
fine.
if we got a second
I
dog,
mean, you can tell
Banks
that-
would be like, no.
You can tell that she's a little jealous.
I'm not
but,
sharing my licky mat.
today while we were upstairs playing, because we're trying to tire her out so I can go and work.
Yeah.
Wrigley was hanging around, and yeah, I was encouraging the
Good.
playing, and
He's
he's a lap dog. He loves being in people's laps.
I'm a fox. I'm
I mean, he's probably cold. He just needs warmth.
He's good at peeing outside though.
That is clutch.
And he's a good pooper too.
That is
Wow.
double clutch.
Good pee, good
How
poops.
old is Mr. Wood?
What was his birthday? Was
Is last year, end of last year.
trying to remember.
The
It would have to be.
It was the December 23rd. So he's 2 months old.
Holy crap! Wow, so this
He's 2 months
dog
old.
has never seen Nebraska football win a game. Yikes!
He was born on our last show.
Well,
of
I
the
mean,
year.
I don't know if Wrigley has
Wow.
seen Nebraska win a football game.
Yeah, that's fair. Wow, congratulations, Wood. Born on the day of our last show of 25.
Yeah.
Happy New Year. It's exciting.
So we'll see how it goes.
Okay,
We'll see
awesome,
how it goes.
awesome.
I look forward to watching him. I barely remember Wrigley as a puppy because she grew up so fast.
John writes, I had a Weimaraner for 12 years, very similar to a Vizsla. They are way too smart.
Oh, you got a smart
I
dog.
like smart dogs. Give me a smart dog, man.
Over an idiot.
You think
want
you want a
smart
smart dog, and then they do things just to be petty. Our poodle does that.
Yeah.
You put a sweater on her, she'll just stand on the table blocking the TV.
That's funny.
Well,
It is really
that's
funny,
because
but
you,
it's
you shouldn't
annoying.
be putting sweaters on dogs.
Well, it's cold outside, and we need her to pee.
It's chilly.
That encourages them to go faster if they're cold. It's like, get outside, get your business done, get back in.
Mm.
A smart dog does that.
Mm.
He's like, okay, I'm out here. I got to get my business done. Business done. I'm getting back in the house.
Alex Linga says Wood is a good peer. Nice.
He is. Woods is a good peer.
LSD Will. John likes a good pooper. Hey, that's important.
I do,
for
man.
dogs.
I like a good pooper.
Get your business done.
I like a good pooper.
Meanwhile, on the walk this morning, Banks wouldn't stop licking the snow. That's all he does.
It tastes good. It's
He
like a
just
snow cone.
The whole
Oh, he licks the
The
snow.
world is a
Wrigley
snow
eats
cone.
the snow like
Yeah.
a snow cone. She
yeah.
just sticks her face in there and just
Oh,
starts
he does that.
eating
He
the
looks
snow.
like he has cocaine all over his face.
Oh,
every
yeah,
time.
yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Mr. Banks, you thought you kicked the habit.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't.
He has not.
Yeah.
402-951-1620, the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Prairie Flower Casino, the sponsors of the Zone Hotline.
Thank you, Prairie Flower Casino.
The Equitable Bank Zone inbox. We're going through a bit of a transition right now, so hopefully your emails will be coming through.
I've been getting all of mine.
I want my Outlook. I need my Outlook.
Yeah, I miss Outlook too. Outlook.
I do not like the Google thing.
I like the way that
Bad.
Outlook organizes emails better than
Ditto.
Google. I'll get used to Google, but I like how Outlook handled it all. It's
Not
just
to
going
do
to be
the
a
whole
learning curve.
computer debate of every year ever, but I just plugged in my new email to the same app I've been using, and so nothing has changed for me.
Well, I found out my app is going away, so
Yeah.
we have to make some adjustments.
Yeah, when we found out we were getting new email, John said, as long as it's not Gmail, I'm fine. And then what do
and
we
then
have?
it ends up being Gmail.
Uh-huh. But I got an email from Money Chris about Begonia, who said he watched it, liked it until something happened late in the movie. And I won't read anything else from that. But he liked it until then.
The Zone Twitter feed where you can vote. Are you Team Eckler or Team Rule? Did you notice they added, you can add pictures now on our poll questions.
I was very confused when I saw that. I said,
Yeah.
did John get verified? How did he do
No,
this?
that's a new thing on the app. I noticed there was a little link to click on a picture. I said,
Oh, yeah, there
well,
it is.
I'm gonna put a picture on there.
Perfect.
And I got a chance to use my new favorite Matt Rule picture of him screaming at the weightlifters.
I have seen that you enjoy this photo.
I love this photo.
Matt
This is my
Rule.
new favorite photo of Matt Rule.
Very, very much. Very, very much.
Are you Team Rule or Team Eckler? I have
An opinion.
picked a side.
Okay, awesome. I
I
can't
am
wait.
picking a side, and you can too
Mm.
by voting in our poll question.
Okay.
And there it is. We got a grum for you. America wins. And we found out where Nebraska is in the committee's look ahead.
We did indeed.
We'll analyze all of that and more as we continue. It's a grum on a Monday, 1620 The Zone.
Multi-platinum selling Young the Giant, live on their Victory Garden Tour with Cold War Kids. August 3rd, the Astro Amphitheater. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Produced by Mammoth.
Find your safe, reliable, all-wheel drive vehicle now at Baxter Subaru during the Subaru A Lot to Love event. Shop our great selection of new Subaru models. Plus, only at Baxter Subaru will you never pay a dock fee. Get started at BaxterSubaruLaVista.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ Bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's radio to 64,000.
The Zone Hotline is powered by Prairie Flower Casino. Play longer, win more.
Nick has informed me that we have Journey tickets to give away.
Yes.
Is that actually happening this week, or is this the tease ahead to said Journey? Are we journeying to Journey, or
I'll
is the
give you
journey already
information, John.
complete?
So the Final Frontier Tour is on Thursday, April 9th at PBA. You can listen all week long for your chance to win.
All
More
right.
details online at 1620thezone.com.
You were asking if we're giving them away this week, or if we're just teasing that we're giving them away another week. Is that what you were doing?
That's what I was asking.
We're
yeah.
giving
it's
them
this
away
week.
this week.
This week.
Okay. All right.
So come up with a game or a drop contest.
I think it's
one of the two.
probably a drop contest, I'm guessing.
Maybe an email contest.
A drop contest. I know we talked a lot about the Olympic hockey and the crossover, but it was a fun watch. It was a very fun watch. I was not disappointed in the least because we finally defeated America's hat.
Mm.
You had a feeling if the Americans could survive into overtime, it's like the Canadians are going to be kicking themselves because they had so many chances.
Well, everybody said it at the same
So many
time,
chances.
including you on Twitter, that like, how is this game still tied? And
couldn't
that
believe
was
it.
nuts. And I mean, the 5-on-3, because what was that, like a minute and a half where it was 5-on-3? And
Yep.
you're just thinking, they're going to break the dam at some point, right? And they never did. And once America got past that, that's when I thought they're going to actually pull this off. You know, and then it goes into overtime and they get
Yeah,
the
but
ball.
it-
Canada missed so many opportunities.
After the 5-on-3 is when the momentum turned, and it felt like the entire game was played on the Americans' end of the ice.
Mm-hmm.
So even though they didn't score, they were able to build off the momentum and keep the puck in the American zone, it seemed like, for the last period and a half.
Yeah.
And, of course, the save heard around the world.
Incredible.
The beautiful sky cam shot of Hellebuck just holding that stick out there while he's splayed in the other direction and denying Tays of getting it in there. The save of the tournament by far. But
Well, then the missed shot too by Canada.
well,
that,
they had
you know,
a missed
they-
shot.
you know.
But don't forget, we had the I forgot. I was going to make fun of Matt for this, but we had the double doink. The Americans had the double doink.
Mhm.
It's like, when did we start signing Chicago Bear kickers to the American hockey team?
Nice.
It's terrible. But it was fun. It was a good watch. Good way to end everything last night. I did ask a poll question, and because I was curious what we were going to get. It was pretty close. 54% say they wanted 3-on-3. 46% said they wanted 5-on-5 for overtime. I wanted 5-on-5 just because I'm a purist who I don't like the college football overtime. It's a gimmick. It's stupid.
Negative connotation.
I want them to be able to play the full sheet of ice.
You want it to look as normal as possible.
In this case, the full field. I mean, this is the equivalent of, well, we're going to make football 7-on-7 now.
You and I are in agreement. We want overtime to look like regulation.
Right.
That's all. I don't want
it.
It
is in basketball.
It's in basketball.
They don't do anything different in basketball.
See, the surprising part about it being 3-on-3 to me is that this is the gold medal game. Like in the regular season, it's 3-on-3. In the postseason, it goes back to 5-on-5. In the regular season for the NFL, they do 10-minute overtime, and it's different. In the postseason, they go back to the full 15 minutes. And you can look across sports. Yeah. What do they do in baseball? They have the ghost runner. In the playoffs, they don't.
They don't have the ghost runner.
And so it's interesting that, like, I get it, I guess, through the early rounds, because part of this is a time management situation.
Yes.
Because a game begets a game begets a game, and so you have to get them done because there are so many games over the course of 2 weeks' time for both the men and the women. And so they just have to get through them. It is a little surprising that it's like, this is the last one. Now, I guess in theory, they also don't want it to go 3-4 overtimes because that happens, right? Like it doesn't happen all the time, but in playoffs, I know that I'm going to have a game where I'm not going to watch the rest of it because it's going to a second overtime and it's time for bed.
3-on-3 is better than a shootout. I'll say.
Oh, by far.
Yeah, I did not want to turn it into a shootout.
Yeah,
but hey, we knew what the rules were going in. It was funny though watching all the cope coming.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. The idea of like, well, we played better and this shows that you don't know hockey. First of all, okay, I don't care about the second part, but that is also sports. This is not like a thing that only can happen in hockey. How many times have you watched a basketball game where you're like, that team played way better and they somehow lost? How many times have you watched a football game? That team played way better, but they still lost. This is sports. You miss opportunities. You don't take advantage of the chances, and you lose.
A lot of times, the better team doesn't win.
Yeah. The funniest part
about the better team won, the Patriot dynasty would have never started.
Interesting. See, you sound like a Canadian right now. I loved what Happer said yesterday about this, and he was so spot on. This is the thing that they care about the most. He says every Canadian will be thinking about this for 4 years, and I will go back to not thinking about it in 15 minutes.
Right.
And that is true. When the today's show finishes and we're no longer talking about the Olympics, I won't think about this anymore. And yet for them, they're going to hold on to it for 4 years.
Of course. It's their sport.
Funny.
You took everything from me.
Clarence
I don't
says,
even know who you are.
It's their sport. It's like when the Americans lost the gold medal game for the basketball.
Or when Samurai Japan beat the Team USA in the World Baseball Classic.
It's exactly like that.
Remember that, John?
I haven't been able to get it out of my head.
Remember when Japan beat the U.S. at the sport that Japan cares about more?
Clarence said, do they?
They do.
We care about it more than Japan?
No, that Japan cares about more.
Oh, but they won, so that's a different comparison, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to troll John.
Clarence says, Josh, Nebraska football sounds like it. Yeah, that's the joke I made yesterday. If it sounds like 2021 Nebraska football all over again. We were the better team, but we lost. All right.
You lost.
Like, the quote from, like, it's one thing if a bunch of fans, a bunch of media members, and I saw a lot of this from the Canadians yesterday. Look, tough luck. But for Nathan McKinnon to say that, you be the judge of who the better team was today. Sorry, bro. That's not how it works. Also, of all the players to say that, the guy who missed the wide open shot.
Yes.
For him to say it like, bro,
you missed it.
None of you are allowed to say that today, but you definitely aren't. It'd be like Scott Norwood. Who's the better team today? I don't know, man, but you're the one who missed the field goal.
You missed the field goal.
You could have decided it. You could have made that shot.
Exactly.
Tough. Yeah, it'd be like if we lost in football in the Olympics. Thankfully, that'll never happen.
That is true. Well, we might lose flag football.
Oh, man. God, we care about it so much.
We do care about it so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Texas, Nebraska played better than Michigan State in 21 and Iowa in 24, but we lost. Pretty simple. Exactly. Didn't hop on the postgame show and say, but we played better. No, that doesn't matter.
Nope, it doesn't.
Who cares? What's the score?
That's the beauty of it, man.
I love sports.
It's permanent.
There is a scoreboard, and at the end of the game, no matter what unfolded, there is a winner and there is a loser. More points than the other. More goals than the other.
I just enjoyed the fact that because it's so hard to do anymore in this country
Uh-oh.
that we had many people all on the same side. It was kind of fun, unless you had like Josh Inglis, who's our correspondent from
Butler.
No, which website? Covers.com. Remember we had him on for
was that a hockey guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
We had him on for football, but he's also a big hockey guy, and he's from Canada.
Okay, yes, I remember the Canadian.
He
accent.
was the only guy in my feed who was like, "This sucks. This is terrible." But I understand that
What
he's
about
Canadian.
Down Goes Brown. Was he not sad about
I didn't see Down Goes Brown.
okay, old friend of the Grum.
But that was part of the fun, was we were all on the same side.
You know, we could all be Dallas Cowboys fans together if you'd like.
Well, why would we do that?
We like pain and suffering.
Why would we do that? That'd be terrible. But it was fun. Except for the one idiot at the Huff Post who decided to post the stupid story that she wrote. Oh God, this was funny. If you're waving the American flag and chanting USA, it turns you off right now. You're not alone. Boy, that aged poorly.
Not really. I don't think so.
That aged very. What do you mean? It aged terrible. Everyone was enjoying the game yesterday. Oh, but if this makes you sick, get out of here.
Not everybody
Get
feels
out
that.
of here.
Not everybody feels that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't feel that way because they're selfish, because they equate everything with America being an administration. And listen, both sides do it.
Sure. I know.
We saw it with the American women's soccer team. Oh, Megan Rapinoe, she's the worst. I can't root for. Stop. They were all representing our country. Enjoy it. Enjoy the victory. We won. You don't have to inject politics into everything.
Are you not injecting politics into it right now?
No, I'm literally saying take the damn politics out of it. Enjoy the win.
I understand it.
Enjoy what we got out of our country beating somebody. We didn't beat them in a political debate. We beat them in hockey. We beat them at their own game.
I understand it.
I don't, because those people need help. They need serious mental help.
Makes sense to me.
Perhaps you also need serious mental help.
I was rooting for America.
There you go.
But I understand if somebody isn't feeling great right now about America. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the hockey team or those athletes.
It does. They're representing America. Of course it does.
Good Lord.
I'm giving you an answer.
And I'm telling you, you might need some help.
Okay.
But not as much help as the folks in Canada. Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
I don't know.
This is the live report from one of the Toronto news channels.
Okay.
Right after the game ended. They're obviously not an affiliate. They couldn't show any of the highlights, but watch the guy. So they're going to the arena. They're going to the woman in doing the sideline report to report on the breaking news. Watch the guy in the stands sitting in the seats.
Breaking news this hour, U.S. has defeated Team Canada to capture gold in men's hockey at the Winter Games. Let's go live to CP24's Melissa Duggan at Scotiabank Arena, where fans were gathered this morning to watch the final. Hearts are breaking everywhere around this country.
And her wife.
This isn't the outcome that they were expecting here. We saw Canada performing so strong, so many shots on net, so many missed opportunities, forcing this into sudden death, overtime.
I don't think he realized that he was on. That's the best part is he's frustrated by whatever's going on the ice.
The person he was with definitely noticed the camera because she was just kind of like side-eyeing.
But because when they and he's mimicking doing something that guys tend to do. And then he proceeds to look over at her and does it again.
Having a bad time.
You didn't react, so clearly you didn't see it the first time.
So here, I'm guessing that was during maybe the medal ceremony.
That would be my guess, yeah.
Because the Canadian seats had emptied out. It looked like there were more Canadians there than Americans.
I noticed that when the last goal was scored and the cheers weren't as loud. Now, in 4 years, when it's in Utah, that will be quite.
Is that where the Winter Olympics are?
Back in Salt Lake.
Wow.
So, yeah, the next two Olympics are in America.
We
haven't had the Summer Games here since 96.
That's true.
Haven't had the winter here since 02.
Bad things happened at that one.
They did. Bad things did happen. A lot of golds, though.
A lot of golds.
Well, good for us. Yay, us. Yay, us. And now it's over.
Oh, wait, never mind. Thank you, Mustache Adam. I thought it was here next time. It's in the French Alps in 32, and then it's in America.
Oh,
in 32.
wow. Grenoble in the French
fact.
Alps.
You just did a Nick fact.
Grenoble in the French Alps. The home of Andre the Giant.
30 and 34. Now, Mustache Adam gave us a Nick fact. Yeah, it's 4 years from now, so 2030 and 2034.
I'm so confused about what's right.
It'll be in France in 2030.
It's going to be in Jamaica. The Winter Olympics
in
are going to be in Jamaica.
And then we'll figure it out from there.
They'll try to figure out how to do it without snow. We'll find out. They should have held the Olympics on the East Coast.
They could definitely have done it today.
Plenty of damn snow. So over the weekend, and it literally happened hours after we went off the air.
Very sadly.
Mike Eckler did his first press conference as a new member of the Southern California Trojans. And the quote that's making the rounds was when he was asked about why he came over and why he wanted to also coach on defense. And the quote goes, he's referring Eckler as to Nebraska. That was the first time in my career I had never coached on defense. I enjoyed that, and I enjoyed the experience, and they had been down for several years on special teams, and quite frankly, I wanted that challenge, and we flipped it. We turned it around. We identified, we taught them, we brought in some people, and it was on a very solid foundation from a special team standpoint, and it was kind of on cruise control. One thing about life with anybody who is ambitious, I don't like feeling comfortable and could have sat back and been comfortable, but I didn't like that. I wanted another challenge when Lincoln called and offered this opportunity. He's saying Lincoln Riley, not Lincoln Nebraska.
Yeah. Got to be your
What
Lincoln.
a challenge. Now, that's the first part of the quote. The second part was he was asked whether he wanted Lincoln Riley to be hands-on with special teams.
And this was the one that really got the reaction.
Eckler said, the last place I was at, you know that something backhanded or maybe just a full frontal slap is coming when instead of saying where you were, you say the last place I was at.
And along those lines, instead of saying the person's name, you say my last boss or the last person I worked with.
A.K.A. Bill Callahan. I'm my supervisor. The last place I was at, Eckler said, the head coach never came to one special teams meeting. Before that, at Tennessee, the coach came to all of them. I'd love for that to happen. It just places that importance on teams, and he's already done that. There's a lot of pronouns, pal. He's referring to Lincoln Riley. So Eckler is saying, I needed Matt Rule in my special teams meetings. He needed to be there. Matt Rule, the infamous micromanager,
wasn't there.
And that made me mad.
Well, maybe,
and I need my head coach in there.
Maybe those meetings were at the same time he had to record his podcast.
Maybe they were. Do you want to do the first part of the quote or the second part first?
I want to do the first part because it takes a special kind of arrogance. And by special, I mean stupid. To say that anything is on cruise control.
Yeah.
To say
that, read that quote, part of the quote again.
We turned it around. He's talking about Nebraska.
Yeah.
We identified, we taught them, we brought in some people, and it was on a very solid foundation from a special team standpoint, and it was kind of on cruise control.
Now,
he's implying that, because I think what he's trying to do here is saying, this is why I want more stuff on my plate, because I've already fixed that. That's fixed. That's solved. That's never getting broken ever, ever, ever again. I need more stuff. I need to be a linebackers coach. I need to be on defense because that special team stuff, I can do that in my sleep. It's on cruise control.
Which is ridiculous for a million obvious reasons. One, nothing can be on cruise control when you're in college football. The other is that things weren't perfect at the end of the season.
No.
So if they were on cruise control, well, maybe you should take it off and start controlling the gas and
they
the
were
brakes
on
a
cruise
little bit
control
more.
against Iowa. It was at 25 miles an hour.
Yeah,
while they were driving the interstate.
It was that adaptive
perfect
cruise control that goes kind of fast and then it just slows you down all the way.
AKA really annoying. Really annoying.
So that, and I know this has been the off season of bad vibes. And every piece of information that seems to come out of, I used to call it South Stadium.
North Stadium.
Yes, it's Northeast
Stadium.
Northeast Stadium. Every piece of information that came out of Nebraska Football Inc. has to be met with a side eye, has to be met with, yeah, but it's Matt Rule, and he promises this, and he promises that, and he talks too much, and blah, blah, blah. And I get it. I get it that there is Matt Rule fatigue right now in the state of Nebraska. But That doesn't mean that every decision the man makes is a wrong decision. I am here to tell you today, right now, in the burning question, are you Team Eckler or Team Rule on this subject? I am 100% Team Rule. I now understand why he said what he said and why he tweeted or retweeted what he retweeted. This was my first exposure to this even being out there because I didn't realize Eckler spoke today.
Mm-hmm.
But the World Herald tweeted out a link to the interview. And one of the quotes that they used was, "I don't like feeling comfortable," how the special teams were on cruise control, et cetera, et cetera. To which Adam Kruger at Channel 3 quote tweeted it with the eyeball emoji, eyeball. Interesting from Eckler on if he's okay with Lincoln Riley being at special teams meetings. And then he quotes. Well,
the one
quote,
that you just read. I hope so. The last place I was at, the head coach never came to one.
So someone responded to
And
Adams.
by the way, so I went and looked at this, and I'm guessing you did too.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, does Rule follow this guy? No. Is it somebody? No. And I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just a random fan.
Sure.
So it's just a random fan that showed up and said this.
It was
to
a
Adam
random
Kruger,
fan who
I think makes it what Rule did all the more impactful.
Who responded to Adam Kruger's tweet. This is from a fan named Burke, who said, "So a head coach trusted him to run his meetings and offered to pay as much as anyone in the country to keep doing so, but that wasn't enough."
Now, did you see that? And this is so inside the baseball nerd conversation. Did you see Matt Rule unretweeted that? So I wonder if he felt like, why did I do that?
Yeah.
Why am I wading into these waters?
And I guess I will say this. Personally, I'm glad he retweeted it because it made for good fodder. Is it necessarily the right thing to do? Sometimes let sleeping dogs lie? Perhaps.
We know that that's not Matt Rule's way.
But we know that that's not Matt Rule's way. But it does help us understand why Matt Rule said the things he said to, what was the podcast that he did? Was it CBS Sports?
Gutlab or
something like that.
Gutfield?
Gutfield.
No, it wasn't Gutfeld. It was like
either way.
Leb.
Either way, when he talked about being in the foxhole and wanting to be at Nebraska, and just kind of the side swipes he was taking at Mike Eckler. And in the moment, a lot of people were like, "Matt, why are you talking like this? This guy turned around the special teams. It was great." All this
and
other
I think
stuff.
we all were wondering, is this thing personal? And obviously the answer is yes.
Yes, it
the
is.
The answer
obviously.
is that this got very personal.
It did.
For whatever reason. And maybe it's for, some of the things that Eckler has said. It doesn't seem like Rule likes the guy very much. I continue to say now in the month or so since all this started bubbling up, watching their interaction on the sidelines, people can say whatever they want. No. They did not jive very well together.
No.
I think that much is obvious at this point in time, and so, is this necessary? No. Is it a window into how Rule views him? It obviously is.
Yeah.
Is the stuff from Eckler necessary? No. Is it a Rule or a view into how he views, Rule and situation? Absolutely it is. They just don't like each other. I'm surprised that it has the legs that it does, that they keep sniping, because they are both continuing to snipe at each other. Say what you will. I mean, Rule didn't say anything, but that is a message.
Oh, sure it is.
That is a huge to retweet just some random fan, talking trash about the former special teams coach. Like, that's pretty interesting.
To me, all of this, and I go back to the quote that really bugged me.
The cruise
we
control?
were on cruise control. I mean, again, you got to be a stupid kind of arrogant to think, oh, everything's fixed now.
If
like stuff doesn't change, like things don't get different when different personnel are involved. Listen, I get it. His credentials have been pretty solid on the special teams side, but nothing is forever. Nothing is permanent. Just look at your offensive coordinator. Holgerson used to be the bee's knees. Now there's a lot of folks wondering if he's lost his fastball.
Sure.
Things can change. Things can change in a hurry. But to just assume, especially after the way the season ended, there were no impactful special teams plays down the stretch when Nebraska could have used a few. So you can't just say, oh, we had it on cruise control. I mean, that's just dumb.
So if you take
that's just dumb.
If you take out the cruise control part, how do you view the other quote? Like in a vacuum, how do you view
Well,
the
the other
second
quote just seems odd to me because I get that you want to feel validated. I guess I need more information on exactly how things went.
I'm going to infer something here.
Was Rule initially a part of the meetings and then realized I don't need to be here anymore?
Here's what I think.
I don't think it's that big a deal.
So here's what I think Eckler was trying to do there. I think he was just trying to say, I want a coach who cares about special teams. And I think he's essentially trying to throw Rule under the bus and say
that makes sense.
Because a lot of people were like, what? He wants a boss that micromanages him? Maybe I am not viewing it literally enough, but I think that people were viewing it too literally. I think he just wanted another dig into Rule of, he didn't care about special teams. This is the coach that's at Nebraska. Yeah. Because what has been the criticism, one of many criticisms of Rule, he hasn't cared about special teams enough. So I don't view it as Eckler wanted him on overseeing the meetings. Of course he didn't. He's a special teams coordinator.
The question that was asked that prompted the response, going back to the story, asked whether he wanted Coach Lincoln Riley to be hands-on like he was last year. Kind of infers to me that maybe he did want a little more involvement from Rule. I don't know. Or maybe he just wanted more validation. I have no idea.
I honestly
but
think,
there is
he wanted to just say something,
but
about him.
The bottom line is this. This was not a situation that was going to be tenable. This was not a situation that was going to work well over the long haul.
Yeah.
It may have worked for 1 year. And again, they had nothing but space above them because they had basically hit rock bottom when it came to how bad special teams have become over a course of years. But that this was going to be a relationship that was going to work long term, and that Matt Rule was willing to maybe put his own ego aside and say, here,
sounds way different than the Matt Rule that we've heard about in every other capacity.
I'm giving you this huge contract. We're going to make you the highest paid or one of the highest paid special teams coaches in the country. And he didn't want to sign it.
It's quite interesting.
I mean, there's no question he wants a role as a defensive coach. And if that's his prerogative, that's his prerogative.
Mm-hmm.
But to think that this would have worked out if somehow they could have made it work out and they would have stayed, something tells me it would have gone south.
It was going to blow up at
it
some
was
point
not
in time.
going to work
Again,
long-term.
I mean, view the sideline interactions. They were not getting along very well. View the quotes. They were not getting along very well. It was not going to work in the long term. Now, there is then the side conversation or the next conversation of did they make the right decision in how they are replacing him? That's where I still say I'm going to be critical of their process in that regard. But at least in terms of this, none of this was going to be tenable. And I think that now we can certainly say that definitively.
Yeah.
Because for a while, the critique has been, well, why didn't they just make him a linebacker coach? Or why didn't they make him whatever? I feel comfortable saying now, whatever was going to happen, they were not going to work well together.
No. Rule didn't. I mean, I'm guessing that, and I'm guessing Rob Orich had something to say about this as well.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like, no, I want to run it this way, and I don't need anybody else jumping in here. And if there's already a level of mistrust going on, why would you give that person more responsibility? And you can say, well, maybe Matt Rule needs to adjust. I would say just based on how the whole hiring went in the first place, this was not a move that he was comfortable making to begin with. Going to Mike Eckler.
There is something to be asked about that of like, I mean, it did work. So maybe you got to be, to quote our old colleague, got to be comfortable being uncomfortable, And again, I'm saying that it devil's
right, but at the same time, you also need an organization where you're all on the same page and you feel like you're not stepping on each other's toes.
Yeah.
This was a deal where, for better or for worse, these two personalities were not going to work together.
Yeah.
They just were not. This is different than the dynamic that existed with the Chicago Bears. Okay? They worked out because that was a supremely talented team.
You're talking about Buddy Ryan.
But Buddy Ryan and Mike Ditka were not going to survive much longer.
Jeff says, think there's something to be said that special teams wasn't nearly as good during the back half of the schedule. I'll push back a little bit. Special teams fall off, I think, really starts in earnest in the Iowa game. I know that they weren't perfect in November, but I think we remember it more because of Iowa and because of the last game of the season. Special teams made plays all through October, though. In each of the wins, Special teams was a big reason why. A long kickoff return against Maryland, a literal touchdown against Northwestern, the block punt, and the kickoff against Michigan State. Like, they made big plays. And so that was more than halfway through the season. I get it. At the end of the year, special teams certainly left a bad taste in all of our mouths.
Sure, it did.
Everything did about the end of the season. It was terrible.
But no one should ever be as arrogant. The best coaches around should never be as arrogant as to say, oh, we had it on cruise control.
Yeah, that's why I kind of asked the question about like first quote versus second quote, because I wonder how we're viewing everything if he didn't say the first part, because I don't understand that. I don't understand anyone thinking anything is on cruise control. I don't understand a college football coach thinking anything is on cruise control. If anything, college football coaches, I think, are overly negative at times. With like that guy, I remember like Bo Pelini after Levante David's first game. He had 16, 17 tackles, but he wasn't good enough. Like, okay, there's a middle ground that we could have reached here. I don't understand him saying cruise control about that group.
No.
Really? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Anytime you hear a coach just kind of, oh, that's fixed, you know you're dealing with someone who's maybe elevator doesn't go to the top floor.
Yeah, Charles says, so Rule is a notorious micromanager, doesn't micromanage Eckler, and that's a problem. Again, it's not that. It's just more, what the hell is going on with this program right now, you know? I thought about it, and I said it to you on Friday. For the first couple off seasons, it was so quiet around here. It was all about the ball and nothing else. The biggest controversy was the weird breakfast thing with the volleyball team. And now every week there's something, you know?
Well, but
at least in this case, more people are on the side of Nebraska and Rule.
But this was a controversy you got rid of.
Sure.
This drama is now gone.
But I will say this. Now you got to perform. Because if they
sure,
don't
yeah,
perform,
but you were going to have to do that anyway. But at least now you have an understanding of, well, this is why we couldn't keep things status quo.
Sure.
Because these two weren't getting along. And maybe, just maybe, there's a slight turnaround in the offseason of bad vibes. We put out the poll question. Are you Team Eckler or Team Rule? 2/3 of the vote are Team Rule.
No, it's good vibes now, Nick. Good vibes.
I won't go good vibes, but at least it's not a continuation of the bad vibes.
Well, then let's play some audio from Dana Holgerson, and then the bad vibes. Those can return.
It's just vibes at this point. They cancel each other out.
That's true. They're just vibes now.
We are coming up on the end of the college basketball regular season, and we now at least have an idea of what the committee sees out of Nebraska basketball. We can break that down, and we will do that as we continue on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Weather from KETV Newswatch 7 is brought to you on 1620 The Zone by Certified Transmission.
Don't forget, you can always follow along by watching our YouTube channel. All of our Zone local shows are simulcast, video streamed live on youtube.com. Just search 1620 The Zone, subscribe, like it, hit the little alarm clock bell button, and it will let you know anytime that we go live, because sometimes, you might miss some things like Big Red Overreaction or other special programs, like if a coach gets fired. Not that any coach is getting fired.
Who's getting fired?
Nobody. But we have done special shows when coaches have gotten fired.
And it's not just live shows on there either. We have a whole bunch of just things that you can watch. It's a whole library. All the movie clubs, dumb debates.
YouTube.com.
Leave comment.
Just search for 1620
Multiple
The Zone. Some responses
to our Eckler stuff?
Yes. Chant says, I know we're probably missing lots of context and other unmentioned details, but what was the harm on letting him coach a defensive position since the defense was a constant liability anyway? The harm is if you have a mistrust of somebody, I don't think you want to give them more responsibility. And again, this goes back to, well, maybe Rule is a bad judge of character. Judging by what I saw and heard from Mike Eckler over the weekend, the dude's got plenty of arrogance to spare. And anytime you assume that you've got something on cruise control, makes me question just how there you are. Because you are cruising for a bruising when you think that way.
It doesn't make sense to me because
really
he's been
doesn't.
a good coach. Nebraska took a huge step forward, and
Sure
I'm
they
going to give
did.
him all the credit for it. Tennessee was a really good team on special teams. I'm going to give him the credit for it. So I don't understand why he would even say that, or why he would even think it.
Because he'd say it because it's just showing again that, see, I have more to give. I fixed this one thing. Now give me something else.
Again, odd because
it is odd.
They were not perfect. They were really good. I said that they were well above. I mean, they were darn near elite in the first 2 months of the season. They scored points. They scored touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't just like they got good field position, because they also did that.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. All year long, they were always better than their opponents in special teams or in terms of field position. And then the last month of the season happened. So how anyone could say, yeah, we were on cruise control. Normally there's always like a but coming or like a bad part of the story coming. Yeah, then we crashed at the end of the year. And that's what happened to him. Very strange.
Charles says Eckler is a diva. Yeah, he definitely is.
I mean, and that's the thing, right? So is the head coach.
Sure.
They just,
but you can't have. I mean, you don't want to turn this into Housewives of Orange County.
No, you know what?
Where everyone's a diva.
They are two massive personalities.
Yes.
And for whatever reason, there's a reason that they were not able to work well together.
Max writes, Matt Rule just says things that make him better in the right now. Remember early on, yeah, we were way ahead of where I was at Baylor. Now we got our quarterback. You guys have no idea how much of a mess this was. He's quoting some of the things that Matt Rule has said. That may be true, but again, we've now heard from Mike Eckler, and it now makes more sense as to why Rule did what he did. No one is disputing, by the way. I mean, Eckler had an opportunity to dispute whether or not he was actually offered a better deal to stay at Nebraska. It's obvious that he was. Sure. Otherwise, he would have said, he never put a contract on my desk. He would have said that, but he didn't. So there's no question that Matt Rule is willing to put aside whatever differences to keep him on staff coaching only the special teams. And here's the other thing. I don't know if I want my special teams coach coaching anywhere else. As an organizational person, you got all these damn coaches. I mean, you got 25 freaking coaches now on this football team. If you're going to have that many coaches, then have your specialists. And I want my specialists coached by a guy who's only coaching the specialists. I don't need my offensive coordinator also coaching the offensive line. I don't need my defensive coordinator also coaching the linebackers. Now, this is just a me thing. I'm not speaking for Matt Rule. I'm just speaking on my behalf.
You're not speaking for
I
Lincoln
want my
Riley.
special teams to be coached by a special teams coach, and I don't want him dealing with anything else.
Yeah.
I want him focused on the task at hand. It's a co-equal branch of government, special teams.
At least in years past, it would make sense for him to do multiple things.
Sure.
But
when you have
right now,
You got infinite coaches. You can have as many coaches as you want. The only restriction is how many of them can be on the recruiting trail.
Correct.
Otherwise, you can have the assistant to the assistant to the assistant.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, they've already got 2 offensive line coaches. They've got 2 defensive line coaches. They got 2 secondary coaches. They got coaches on top of coaches on top of coaches.
A couple tweets before we go to break. Katie writes, Rule is definitely a pick-me dork, but it seems as if Eckler is an even bigger pick-me dork.
They're all a bunch of pick-me's.
NU10 Skurs writes, how much did Tennessee special teams drop after Eckler left last year? All right, so I'm going to go with 2 different metrics for myself to do this. First of all, I got to pull up the SP Plus. I have the 2025 numbers. I'll give you BCF Toys, which is Brian Freemu. So his special teams number had Tennessee at 9th in 2024, so the last Eckler year. This season, Tennessee finished 82nd, so a massive drop-off there. According to Bill Connolly, Tennessee's SP Plus special teams was 16, so pretty much in the same window or same range as they were with BCF Toys. They dropped to 34, so there was a drop-off. It just wasn't as large. So that's 2 different numbers. Certainly was viewed as worse. By the way, if you're wondering, what did Nebraska do? 24, right, dude? Is this 124? Yes, okay. Nebraska 2024 special teams SP Plus was 122. Nebraska special teams SP Plus this year was 69.
Nice.
And then BCF Toys, it was a pretty solid jump. They went from 86 last year to 3rd. So BCF Toys a little broader or bigger band, I guess, if you will, but definitely improvement with Eckler and a step back without him. And that's just 2 metrics.
But we'd be fools to think that Mike Eckler's the only person that can coach special teams. Sure. He's not. He's not.
I will be bullish on the special teams taking a massive step back.
They may take a step back. But again, I don't know if the juice would have been worth the squeeze to keep Eckler.
I'm just saying, I think that it's going to take a step back. I am going to view this through the prism of the last 10 years, and there's been one guy who has been able to make them good. One. And his name is Mike Eckler, and he's gone. And I hated the process that they decided to go forward with. That's my bigger issue. I don't even care about the Eckler of it all anymore. Yeah. I don't understand what they decided to do. I don't get it. I don't understand it. 2 guys that have like a combined 3 years of coaching experience. It makes 0 sense to me.
Well,
but when it costs them games next year,
we will find out. But I will stand firm on the idea that, listen, you would not have been able to keep Mike Eckler.
Different conversation.
You would not have been able.
There's the Eckler,
and obviously he didn't want to be here anyway.
No, again,
the only reason he would have stayed is if they would have given him more responsibility. If they would have given him a defensive position coach.
Yeah. Again,
that was the only reason he was going to stay. He wasn't going to stay. So Matt Rule was in his right to say, okay, well, we got to move on. And I also understand why. Cruise control. I hope somebody clotheslines him on the sidelines next year.
Oh, it might be Matt Rule. No, they're not playing unless they meet in Indy.
I want him to play.
Yeah, I know. We need to get him on the schedule.
I want to
kick Oregon out. Get USC. Let's go.
You know what? Dump the Ohio game. Let's start with SC.
Season opener in. Very, very in.
It won't even count in the conference standings. It won't even count in the conference standings.
Just then Nebraska wouldn't start the year with 3 gimmies.
You never know. You never know.
They might not be right now.
Yeah, that's true. All right, we'll be back. Basketball next on 1620 The Zone. So the NCAA Men's Selection Committee did its early reveal. They do it once, one ping only, please. This isn't a weekly thing like the college football playoff. We get a peek, and then 3 weeks later, we get to see the actual final results.
You just have to guesstimate on the results and how those results can affect things. Like one of the results that happened on Saturday, literally within the hour after it was released, and thankfully, John, you put it there, an X next to Kansas's name, I would say completely changes where Nebraska would fall if they were to do it today. I think that they would move up a spot because that loss to Cincinnati, according to all the bracketologists that I follow, they said that could drop them a full seed line because not only did they lose, they lost by 20 basically.
But Kansas gets to host Houston tonight, so you could literally make all of that up in one fell swoop by beating the number 16. But it was interesting that on the day of the committee's reveal, 6 of the top 16 lost that same day. Michigan lost to Duke, Iowa State lost to BYU, Houston lost, Illinois lost, Kansas lost, and Vanderbilt lost.
Yeah, and Illinois lost to UCLA. Who did Vandy lose to? I don't remember who they lost to. A lot of those other losses were solid, obviously. Michigan losing to Duke, no problem there.
Who they lost to.
No problem there. Iowa State lost to BYU, who is not a top 16, but they're not far behind. They're a pretty good team, et cetera, et cetera.
So that's where that would be a low 3 seed.
Most important part about that, John.
Yours.
Yes, thank you, Nick. Honestly, yes, thank you, Nick, because this would send them to Buffalo. If they are in front of Kansas today, which I think they are, that would send them to Oklahoma City, which would be, yours.
Now, there's plenty of time left. And the question will be is how many opportunities besides just, certainly if you keep winning, that always is good. But in terms of quality wins, how many of those are left on the schedule? You have...
Yeah, it depends on how you view Iowa, and it depends on how you view the West Coast teams.
Well,
do you view them as quality?
UCLA will help because that's going to be a road win. But then what happens in the conference tournament? And Kansas,
and
like we said, Kansas
matter?
has got Houston. A lot of these teams are going to have some pretty heavy hitters.
Yeah, the thing that you needed with Kansas, because as you mentioned, they have the big game tonight against Houston. Their next game is against Arizona. Like on paper, they are not favored to win either of those games. Okay, what do losses to those teams mean? They needed a loss to, honestly, a Cincinnati. So that was pretty big. Otherwise, they have Arizona State and Kansas State. Certainly, if you're a Nebraska fan, you're rooting for Kansas to lose every game they play the rest of the year. But you don't want them to win tonight or on Saturday against Arizona. Those are wins that you need them not to have moving forward. And that's kind of what you're looking at. You're looking at when Iowa State, when Illinois even, but certainly Kansas, when they're playing good teams that they lose and that maybe they get tripped up. Like that's why that game against Cincinnati on Saturday was so big. And they lost by a lot of points, which again, was like they took a nosedive in all the metrics immediately. It dropped like 5 or 6 or 7 spots in net and in BART. So that stuff is huge.
And then as far as the Big Ten standings are concerned, it's now Michigan's to lose for certain after Illinois got beat. And Nebraska lost last week. And Purdue's got 4 losses and Michigan State's got 4 losses. Now Michigan still has a couple of tough road games and Michigan State remaining. But at this point, if the Wolverines don't win the Big Ten, it will be rather surprising.
Because it would cause, or it would result in quite the backslide. Because they would need to for sure lose to Illinois, and then they'd have to find 2 other losses.
Correct.
So as long as they win 2 games, they're fine.
Yep.
They could lock it up by this weekend, right? Yeah, they win against Minnesota, they beat Illinois, and it's done.
It's done.
They're the conference champions.
It's all done.
Wow.
But there's essentially a 4-way tie for second place.
Mm-hmm.
Illinois played 1 extra game, but that'll even out. But so Nebraska could be anywhere from a 2 seed to a 5 seed.
Yeah.
In the conference tournament.
Yeah, just rooting for teams to beat each other up. So Illinois basically has an off week because they don't play until the weekend against Michigan because they only have 3 games.
They only have 3 games left.
Sonny writes, so do we disregard the AP and coaches poll rankings now that the committee rankings or reveal is out? If not, I got some major issues with the AP poll. Yeah, it's not Thursday, but here's how you approach the AP poll. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. Care. It's just a marker of a historical record. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's not.
It has
nothing to do with seeding.
It has 0 impact on the committee. It has 0 impact on the seeding. It has no impact.
Yeah.
So
we're triggered this morning.
Why? Over what?
Sonny says, I mean, Gonzaga squeaked by Pacific and Santa Clara the last 2 weeks. I don't know what Virginia's done to get such love. They're just mad that Nebraska fell to 12, which again,
Nebraska lost at Iowa.
Just say, I don't care. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It's just a number.
It's just a number.
It does
like
not
age,
matter.
Nick. Age is but a number.
Careful.
It does not matter.
No, not in that way, Nick. Yeah, it's fine. It's not a big deal.
It literally does not matter. Don't worry about it.
Where do you think Nebraska finishes in the conference? Purdue has Michigan State, Wisconsin left. Both of those are at home, though. Big games, tough games. Illinois has Michigan. Wow, that's it. That's the only tough game that Illinois has the rest of the year is Michigan. Michigan still has Illinois, Iowa on the road, and Michigan State. And Sparty has at Purdue, at Indiana, and at Michigan. I think Nebraska will finish in the top 4.
I say third.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Third. Illinois will finish second. And yeah, Michigan State, I mean, 3 out of their last 4 are on the road, and they're against all NCAA tournament teams. So there's a chance they could finish 1 and 3.
By the way, was it?
So it's really I think it's between Nebraska and Purdue for third place, and
was it?
I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to change. I'm going to go fourth because remember, Purdue will have the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Purdue will have the tiebreaker over Nebraska if it's a head-to-head. So I'll say fourth.
Was it Bart in the preseason that predicted Nebraska only having 5 losses?
No, nobody said that preseason.
I thought that was projected. I thought it was
that was a projection as of a couple of weeks ago.
And actually, what
that was only a couple of weeks ago.
Well, it was when they were off to the 20-0 start.
Yeah.
They're projected right now to finish with 5. By the way, if John's right, they're a 4 seed. I agree with you for the record. That would mean a 1:30 tip on the Friday. If they're a 3 seed, that would kick them all the way to 8 o'clock at night. Then obviously, if they drop to a 5, then they're playing on Thursday at 1:30.
Yeah, I'll say fourth.
I will as well. Nick?
I'm going to say third.
Third it is.
Third for Nick.
How common is it for one of the teams seated in the top 5 to get knocked out in the first round?
Of the NCAA tournament? The big dog?
Yeah.
It happens. I mean, John probably has it in his notes somewhere. It's like, what is it called? It's like a bell almost curve. 1 seeds have only lost twice. 2 seeds, I think the number is like 12 to 15. And then 3, it exponentially grows.
Right.
It does not happen very, very much for the 1 and 2 seeds. But once you get into the 3 and 4 seed territory, it is more regular than anyone would like it to be
as
for Nebraska fans.
As of right now, how far do you see Nebraska getting?
I think they can still get to the second weekend.
Yeah.
I think they can go to the Sweet 16.
They might be able to get out of Dayton.
Wow. Jerk.
Just looking it up. Let's see. Oh, doggone it. They don't give you the raw they don't give you the raw records.
They just give you percentages.
So there's only been 2 upsets of a number 1 seed.
Yep.
There have been 11 upsets of a 2 seed. There have been 23 upsets of a 3 seed.
Just grows and grows.
Yeah.
33 times where a 13 is knocked off of 4.
And then once you get into 5-12.
57 times where a 12 has defeated a 5. So it just continues to go up exponentially.
Steve writes in Equitable Bank inbox where he talked to Mitch. That's a little generous, saying them as a 3 seed, though we all agree they're going to end up a 4. I think they end up as a 4. UCLA will beat them. UCLA does not lose at Pauley Pavilion. They go 3-1 with the remaining games, 1 and done in the Big Ten tourney, depending upon the matchup. And if they are a number 4 and then a 4-13 matchup, watch out. They still do not have a tourney win. Well, Steve is just super negative. This whole email was, you guys are wrong and too positive. Negative boys.
All I said was they're going to get out of Dayton.
Yeah, they won't be. Well, I mean, yes, they will. Because they won't go there, though. They will not travel to Dayton.
Sure.
I feel pretty confident.
It's impossible.
I feel pretty confident. Coming
up next, Mitch Sherman. We'll get his thoughts on the weekend. And they actually did have spring football this weekend.
Yes, thank God. About damn.
Yeah. We were all just
pins and needles. Look at the content they gave us in the first hour plus of the show. Thank you, football.
Well,
thank you, drama-filled Nebraska.
That was just a cat fight.
So messy. God, this program is so messy, on and off the field. It's like that meme. Why can't you be normal? And the kid's just like, ah! Yeah.
1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Yeah, it's windy and cold there at Old Winthrop. The 7 people you can see in the stands have like ponchos and like blankets around their legs.
What kind
and
of
stuff.
situation is that camera person on? Like, it's very shaky up there. They need a more of a lockdown area for the camera person.
Well, you'll recall, Josh, from your broadcasting classes.
Oh, I remember.
When you zoom in more on a subject,
I know.
every slight move of the camera is amplified. And I'm guessing that's what's
You're
happening.
blaming the youth.
No, I'm not blaming the youth. I'm saying that it's windy enough that it's shaking the camera, but that movement is amplified because he's having to use the long zoom lens because he's shooting it from center field.
That's true.
Baseball.
Oh, man.
Mitch Sherman joins us. Hello, Mitch.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Excellent.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
What baseball are you watching?
We're watching Winthrop and Marshall college baseball action from the Big South. It's 6th in the 8th.
That's a extremely random game.
It is.
It was the only game on when we turned it over to ESPN Plus, and Nick begged us to do so.
Yeah.
So here we are.
Yeah. Nick is very
big Winthrop fan there.
just big college baseball.
I like baseball.
He likes baseball. Yeah.
I like baseball too.
There you go. We all love baseball.
I do too.
Nice.
So we spent some time in the first hour and a half of the show discussing Mike Eckler's comments from last week at Southern California. So now that we have we've at least heard from both sides now.
Thankfully.
Do you think Matt Rule has come out looking better, saying what he said about Eckler's departure and the way that he said it and his hire of Maher and being a Nebraska guy and wanting to be in the foxhole with him?
Oh, I don't know. I feel like I haven't allowed myself to have the bandwidth to really put a lot of stock into whatever this he said thing is. He's gone. He was here for 1 year. They've handed it off. They're going to do something different with special teams. I don't really think what Eckler said on Friday or even what Rule said matters more, because Matt Rule, of course, is still the head coach at Nebraska, and it matters how he handles situations. That matters more. I don't know. Like, it's not really sucking me in. I feel like there's enough other things going on with this team getting started with spring practice and a new defensive coordinator, meeting him for the first time. We're going to hear from Maher on Wednesday. Maybe that'll fire up my engines on this Eckler thing, but like it didn't really move the meter for me. I mean, the biggest thing that he said was, I wish, I hope the head coach here at USC can make time to come sit in on the meetings, because Matt Rule didn't do that. And, it just seemed like an unnecessary shot. And I guess there was some of that on the other side too. There certainly was. I don't know why that there's a need for this. Like, we have enough drama without like a manufactured drama between highly paid coaches, departing. And I don't know. I'm not really in the mood for it. I feel like there's enough else to like wring your hands over about this team and this program right now that this is unnecessary.
So you had enough clarity as to why this relationship had to end or ended the way it ended.
I think we've probably had that before the Eckler comments, but
Sure.
It just reinforces the fact that like they probably weren't seeing eye to eye. And I don't know if we know every part of that, every reason there. We probably know more or have heard more about it than what is normal in this kind of a situation. It's unusual, but it's a breakup. They happen. Happen quite often for Mike Eckler. Suppose you could say they've happened quite often for Matt Rule too. He's had a lot of assistant coaches that have come and gone. I don't know if and this can be a good thing. I don't know if he's not always the easiest person to work for. I think he's demanding. I don't think that was really the situation that was going on here with Eckler. You want to take him at face value and say that he felt like he needed to coach defense, like he needed to do more. That's fine. I don't know that that I 100% just am going to buy that hook, line, and sinker. I think if that was the case, then and everything else was fine, that they would have found a way for him to contribute on the defensive side. Like, you could have defensive coaches right now who aren't necessarily like assigned to a position, and they're just kind of there. So I don't know. He's he's on another team in the Big Ten. Maybe this will come back up again when Nebraska plays USC in a couple of years. If Eck is still there at the time.
I was going to say, what are the odds that Eckler's still there? Given his mobility, he's turning into the new age Phil Elmation.
Yeah, he's been a lot of places, and he's been successful at a lot of places. So that's what some coaches do, and it works for him in his situation, and that's great.
So, Mitch, the bandwidth that you are operating with, a lot of it does seem to be, though, with Dana Holgerson. You and Happer had quite the exercise that I enjoyed on Locked On today, going through some of the things that he said, on Thursday. Here's my first question for you in regards to all this. Do we think it's going to be kind of combative like this? And maybe that's not even the word that you would use to describe his answers, but it just does seem like the way I keep describing them right now is everyone's just triggered over there, and they're like, no, we made this decision, and you're wrong, and we're right about it. It's going to be like that all offseason.
It might be like that during the season, too, depending on how it goes.
Very fair.
That's fine. Like, it can be adversarial. Sometimes it's more healthy if it's adversarial. Like, it's almost like it can be really, for me, and I don't know that everybody in our business is probably not like this. Some people would like to just be able to sit down and be like the friend of the coach all the time. I think it's probably more healthy if there's a little bit of tension. If like you don't necessarily, we shouldn't be seeing eye to eye on everything. Like we're not there to be carrying their water. So you want to be fair, and I tried to be fair with what we said on the pod today. I tried to point out. I did point out that like the entire press conference was not like that, but I wanted to bring up like those three instances in what was like a 12-minute press conference, 14-minute press conference on Thursday with Dana, where he kind of pushed back against the. For me, the biggest one was the notion about the running backs, because I feel like he was kind of feeding us something there. They have room. If there is room on the roster, like I don't understand that. And I also don't understand, and this goes back to the head coach a little bit, the notion about how they couldn't have the spring game last year because of the transfer portal, and they could this year because there's no spring portal. Like, we all know that the portal closed before the spring game last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's been established. So don't tell us that you didn't have a spring game because you were worried about teams sitting and watching the spring game on TV and then going and getting your guys from the portal. Like, I don't understand how we're supposed to believe that. But it's kind of the same thing with the running backs. Nebraska has room. Matt Rule said they're under the limit as far as where the roster's at. Now, if you want to say we didn't have the money or we didn't want to spend the money to go get a running back, that's a different line of conversation, and that's fine. That's what they chose to do. That's how they chose to structure their salary pool. And he did do some of this. He just said we like the players that we have. I don't know that I would use the bowl game as evidence for why you like the players that you have. They were fine for one or two drives. One drive. The Nebraska running backs were good in the bowl game. And then after it was 14-7, Utah scored 31 points and Nebraska didn't get a first down for 2.5 quarters. So you're not like where you need to be. And it wasn't a good rush defense that Utah had out on the field. So they were 112th in the country in rush defense before the bowl game, and two of their top defensive linemen were not playing. So like, you just want to say that the Nebraska running backs are good, and we've seen them in practice. We like who they are. We know more about them than you do, fans and media, and we believe in these players, and we think they're going to be able to carry us from that position in the Big Ten. Okay, like that's I'm understanding of that, and I will not like, I'm not going to argue with that, because the coaches do know the backs better than us outsiders do. So, but the bowl game to me was not like any kind of great evidence that they're going to get it done in 2026.
So maybe what this really is, it's not only an endorsement of the running backs, but consider that EJ Barthel is one of the few OGs left on the staff.
He is.
And maybe that tells us a little bit about what they think of his ability to develop those backs and what he was able to do with Emmett Johnson last year.
Right. But when Emmett Johnson, before Dana Holgorsen came and E.J. Barthel was the running backs coach, how was it going for Emmett Johnson? Like, what was the instigator for Emmett Johnson to up his game? It was Dana Holgorsen coming in and saying, I really like what that guy can do. I think he's versatile. I think he can catch passes. I think we need to give him more opportunities. And they immediately did at the end of the 2024 season, and then he built from that. And I think if that hadn't happened with Dana, Emmett wouldn't have even been at Nebraska in 2025. So, yeah, you credit Barthel with being the coach who was out there at that position group and helping him for sure. I mean, he gets credit for being his position coach and for helping turn Emmett into the player that he was. But I don't know if that ever happens without Dana Holgorsen. And they're both there now. Like, Dana's there and Barthel is there. So can they do that with another running back? The evidence with Emmett Johnson would tell you yes. I also think that Emmett Johnson was a special case as far as how motivated he was and like what he did away from the practice field, away from the Saturdays, and just he was a unique player in that kind of way. And it goes back to his time in high school. He was always somebody who kind of defied the odds in his ability to kind of overproduce. And maybe Nebraska has that guy somewhere on its running back pecking order, but we'll find out.
Mitch, at the very least, I appreciated the honesty about the quarterback room, though I guess I was a little surprised when Holgorsen said it all starts with Anthony. Anthony, talking about, obviously, Calandria. We brought him here for a reason. He was the Mountain West Player of the Year. Yeah. Surprised that, I mean, that's all but admitting he's the number one quarterback.
Yeah, I like the transparency.
Me too.
You can say that with Dana on all of the stuff that he talked about that, maybe we were hard on him for, and saying that he didn't know what the team was, what they were good at yet, and that he didn't necessarily learn anything from last year. Again, like as I said on the pod, like I'm going to cut him some slack on that. I think he probably did learn some things from last year. I think he probably does know what the team is good at, and he was saying that a little bit in just kind of a defiant way, like in that press conference setting. That's just part of it. It's his personality. Like it's documented. Like he's been that way at times throughout his career a lot as a head coach, where you might make a suggestion at a press conference and he's more than likely gonna like give you some resistance. That's fine. Like that's probably is part of what makes him a good coach. But yeah, he was transparent. He was honest about Calandria, like they're with what they're paying him, and he has 1 year of eligibility, 3-year starter in college football. You're not bringing him in to be a backup. You're not really even bringing him in to compete. He has to compete, but the expectation is that he's the starter, and that's what he came on the visit back in January to be, was to come and have the track to be the starter. Like, you almost have to recruit like that out of the portal right now if you're in the situation that Nebraska was in, and that's what they did, and they're not hiding it.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. One of the things that Holgorsen said, at least in terms of how Calandria would be used in the running game, he pretty much said that Calandria, he wants him to use his legs to escape, to keep plays alive, more so than calling a lot of running plays directly for him. So if we were to use a scale of the Martinez's, Adrian and Taylor being a 10, and Dylan Raiola a 1, where do you think Holgo's play calling with designed quarterback runs might fit this year?
Good question.
On the Martinez Raiola scale, he's Calandria is probably in the middle. He's probably like a 5 or a 6. You'd hope it. I think what your hope is that it can be more of like a 4, because that says something about what you're able to do offensively with your other weapons. And you don't want to put him in harm's way. He's not a huge guy. He's tough, but he's not a huge guy. And he starts getting hit by linebackers week after week after week, and it's going to take a toll. So I don't think you want a ton of design runs with him, but you want to have it as part of your arsenal. If it can be like a 3.5 to a 4, then things are going well. That means that, and I don't think it'll be one back. That's the big change in I think this gives them some confidence with the running backs, because they know that they don't need somebody to be Emmett Johnson and run for 1,500 yards. Like if they can get contributions from 3 or 4 backs that can get you up to that point, one, they're all going to be in theory, healthier at the end of the year, and you don't need like a superhuman kind of effort from one player. So it could happen. We just haven't seen that yet. So, and if it is happening, then that's less on the shoulders of the quarterback to have to do the running. And also if your passing game is effective, Nebraska, like Dana said, they didn't learn that the strength of their offense last year was a specific part of the running game until 6 games into the season. Like you would hope that by week 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 this year, when Big Ten play starts, what your strengths are, and some of your strengths are the ability to throw the football with those receivers, because they have good receivers, and presumably they have some good tight ends beyond Luke Lindenmeyer, who we know is good, and that you'd hope that they can protect the quarterback better than they did a year ago, and allow him to make throws. If all those things come together, running game, passing game, then you don't have to call his number as much, and that number can dip lower and lower.
How good is this quarterback room, do you think?
It's unique.
Yes.
It's unique, and because you go around you can go around power schools around the country, and even teams that are expected to be in the playoff or were in the playoff last year, and they're not going to have experience with 3 players who are as seasoned as Calandria and Latif and Danny Kalen. Now the 2 younger quarterbacks are limited in their starting experience, but they've done it. They've been out there. And I think Kalen gets extra bonus points for what he can add to Nebraska because he spent a season at Nebraska as a redshirt, and he's been in a couple of different conferences. So you don't press the panic button if something were to happen. And look, Nebraska paid the price last year in a big way for losing its starting quarterback at the start of November. Mm-hmm. And if something like that were to happen, or even if it's just a short-term thing, like you miss him for a week, you're in a much better position this year, seemingly right now.
You talked about it a little bit earlier when we were talking about running backs and having room in the room and the NIL component of it all. Rule did make a comment last week about NIL that seemed to strike a different tone than the one he had late last fall when, he said, hey, we got the money, we can get it whoever we need, we've got what we need. Did we misinterpret those previous comments, or did he change his tone on the nature of where Nebraska sits compared to its peers in NIL?
You're previewing our Tuesday conversation on the Locked On Pod.
Nice.
I went back and listened specifically to what he said on October 30th, the day that he got the contract extension. And he did say more than he said what we remember him saying, and what I don't know if he would say it like this again, but he said it. We can now go get who we want. And it didn't really prove to be the case in the portal this year. They got some players they wanted. They didn't get everyone that they wanted. But what he also said in those comments at the end of October were that having resources through NIL, and he was saying we've upped our ability to compete in that area. It also allows you to retain, which is just as important as acquisition. And I would say they did that very well in December and January in keeping the players who Nebraska needed to keep. And then they did work in the portal. There's in some areas better than in other areas, at least as it looks to us right now here at the end of February. His comment last week was different. His comment last week was, we have more than we've ever had, but everybody's upping the game, and there are $40 and $50 million rosters out there. And then he kind of took a step back and said, look, it's not my job to come out and complain right now. It's just my job to coach. I mean, if you're having to state the fact that it's not your job to complain, you're kind of complaining a little bit. So not that he's upset, but he's stating a reality that Nebraska does not have the same resources as Texas Tech or Ohio State or Oregon. And I think we all knew that. And that's not the game that Nebraska wants to get into, is like outspending everyone. That isn't the recipe. That isn't the way that Nebraska football is probably ever going to achieve success, by spending more money than everyone else in the country.
Mitch, hoops question for you. Knowing what we do about how the infrastructure of information exists around here, especially after an injury, the fact, and maybe it's just me, I have heard nary a word on Jamarcus Lawrence since he exited the game on Saturday, and that makes me think that everything is okay, actually. Have you heard anything? Or I mean, obviously, we'll get an update of some sort this week, but gosh, it looked way worse, I guess, with him walking off the court than it seemed to be when Hoiberg talked about it after the game.
I didn't get the sense that it looked terrible. It wasn't like he fell down and had to be helped off and, could only put weight on one leg. I thought it looked like what Fred described after the game, a tweak. But that's kind of what Frager's looked like too a few weeks ago. And he stayed on the court for longer than what Lawrence did.
Much longer. Yeah.
On Saturday. And that ended up being 3 games, 2-3 games, a week, a couple of weeks. I don't think this one's as serious. That's just kind of the vibe that I get from seeing the video in the locker room after the game where Nebraska put out and Jamarcus looked okay. And then hearing what Fred said, that it hadn't swelled up. Yeah. And you're right. Also not having, some kind of a report, whether it's a person on the national scene in college basketball who got word from Fred that he's, I just, maybe it's that it doesn't rate as high. Like Frager was a really hot name in basketball circles, and Nebraska at that point, I think, was more of a national story than it is right now. It's kind of old hat now. They were ranked in the top 10 for 7 weeks and have lost 4 of their last 7 games. It's not the team that everybody's talking about. So maybe it's not surprising that John Rothstein didn't tweet it out this morning that Jamarcus Lawrence is, going to be a game time decision on Wednesday, which is kind of where I think it's going to go. We'll hear tomorrow. Hoiberg is going to talk tomorrow after practice, and he'll have an update. And I don't think it's going to keep him out long term, just based on the feeling that I have. But it wouldn't be shocking to me if he had to miss 1 game. You want him back. You want him back for that West Coast.
I was going to say, hey, at least if there's 1 game to miss, this one is fine. But yeah, you definitely want him on the floor for the West Coast trip.
Josh Peterson here saying the Maryland game's in the bag. Bulletin board material for the Terps.
I am saying
they're definitely not as bad as Penn State. Penn State is just bad at everything. Maryland has at least put up a fight and has beaten some decent teams. Beat Iowa just a week or so.
Beat Iowa, something Nebraska couldn't do.
That's true.
In the first game, that is. They'll get him in the second one.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Well, we'll look forward to your conversation with Connor tomorrow on the Locked On podcast.
There you go.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks, guys.
Mitch Sherman joins us every Monday here on 1620 The Zone. On that subject.
What subject? The Locked On podcast?
No, well, the NIL stuff.
Oh.
I have made a list.
John has an opinion.
Oh.
I have a list of the reasons why Nebraska doesn't have the money, because it was a centerpiece of Sam McEwen's Rewind column this week.
Yes, it was. Very, very interesting stuff in Sam's story.
Almost as interesting as telling you that you can enter right now online at 1620thezone.com for your chance to win a year's supply of Girl Scout cookies. The cookie season is open. The booths are open. Go to girlscoutsofnebraska.org to find the booth near you. All the cookie proceeds stay in Nebraska and support the Girl Scouts of Nebraska.
Tight.
Win those cookies, and then make sure you go and buy some of those cookies, because not everyone can win. Only one person can win.
Just
the rest of you
winner?
have to go buy the cookies.
Oh, man.
But it's a reward for you. It's for a good cause.
For a great cause.
girlscoutsofnebraska.org. So we were talking with Mitch Sherman a moment ago about having the money and NIL and why Nebraska did what they did with the running back room. And that seems to be where a lot of the conversation gets steered anytime we talk about the running back room is, well, what, did they run out of money? They don't have enough money? What's going on? I tend to think that the decision not to be aggressive in the running back room did have something to do with the cash.
Mm-hmm.
And either the price tag that was given to them was too rich for their blood, or they prioritized the money in different avenues.
Mm-hmm.
But it does seem to be evident that the conversation had in the end of October about we've got what we need. We're not gonna be, falling behind. In fact, let's play the I think I've still got it.
Okay.
Still have the old video file. Here it is. Here was Matt Rule from last October when the contract was officially signed and the news was broken a couple of days earlier.
A couple years, I had to make a lot of hard decisions because we didn't have the money everyone else had. We had good money. But now with rev share and all the different things, before you had to make a decision, okay, we lost some really good defensive linemen in the portal last year, but we went out and got one area. We went out and got some of these, so you're able to replace that. And I think we did well in the portal last year. I think we won the portal last year. We can now go get anybody we want. At the same time, we also have the ability to keep our guys now, right?
So, that's the gist of it.
We can go get anyone we want. Obviously, that's not the case.
And we have the money we have to keep.
Yeah.
Sam McEwen wrote about it today in his Rewind column.
And he put some numbers down that we have not seen in this way before.
Right.
He said a couple things that I had written down in regards to this, John. Nebraska's roster, this is Sam McEwen, Omaha World Herald, around 7th or 8th in the Big Ten for roster cost.
Mm-hmm.
So that was one thing he has heard. He also wrote later in his story, let's say Nebraska's $14 to $17 million below the top rosters in the sport. That's what I've consistently heard and believe. And then he asked, how many top-end players does $14 to $17 million gap represent? 10, 20? So he's saying they're essentially middle of the pack. They are average in the conference, right? We can 7th or 8th average in the conference. 14 to 17 million behind the top rosters in the sport. And so I'd say the top rosters, what do we say that number starts at? 40, 35, higher. I know Rule last week said 40, some rosters are 40 to 50 million.
Correct.
But obviously not every top roster in the sport is 50 million. Some are going to be 40 and some maybe will be even
right.
Little. So basically I'm trying to gamify. So what are we talking about? Is Nebraska, if they're 17 to 14 million dollars behind 40 million, that means that they are between 23 and 26 million. Honestly, that sounds about right. It sounds about right for probably where
it could be. And again, a lot of this is guesswork, but
yeah,
to put these in Major League Baseball terms, the Texas Techs, the Ohio States, the Miamis are like the Mets and the Yankees. I won't go as far to say the Dodgers. I don't know if anyone has a Dodgers roster.
I don't think so.
But
not yet, at least.
But Nebraska's probably like the Baltimore Orioles, who are around 15th, 16th in Major League Baseball in terms of what they're spending on payroll.
Yeah, he adds. Sam did. Imagine selecting groceries for a meal, putting them on the store's conveyor belt, and having the clerk just before you scan slap a new price on the pack of steak and the bag of shrimp and the shallots you cut for your sauce. And he adds, the prices in the portal changes all the time. So to go back to Rule's comments from the season for a moment before we get to your stuff, he said that, and I guess I will push back a little bit. The price of the brick on that day, or in Sam's case, the shallots and the steak, is always going to be different than the price of it later on. The price of the brick is always going up in terms of this. And so I find it, I guess, a little hard to believe that they wouldn't have not anticipated that there were always going to be people bidding each other up over the course of a portal period. Were they not expecting that, or were they expecting it and yet the number still did surprise them to such a large degree? Doc texts in, also, how come last year Rule was saying they have the money and now all of a sudden they don't have the money? The guy has gone back and forth every single year since he's been here about whether they have the money or don't have the money.
Maybe it's invested in crypto.
But you got to remember.
Maybe it is.
You got to remember when the whole Penn State thing started, the week of the Minnesota game, Rule went on that speech during his press conference about I mean, he was essentially throwing the gauntlet down, saying, we need more money. Remember, that was part of his whole spiel was, we got a lot of great support here, but we need more. And then a couple weeks later, when all the dust settled and Nebraska extended the contract on Rule, he struck a different tone. And at that time, I remember we thought, oh, did this mean that some big money boosters came up and upped the ante? Did they change some of the things in terms of where the money is being allocated? Obviously, whatever was said 2 weeks prior, something changed to get Matt Rule to change. Or was he just saying what he said on October the 30th to, quell the concerns?
And
maybe the bosses were like, hey, don't go there again. I mean, we're paying more for you, but don't.
For the record, I was told back in October there was more money promised, and a lot of it was Omaha booster money, and that they were going to have it. I was told during the portal process that there were late donations made by boosters to help land particular players because they were getting larger offers from other schools. And so I think that they definitely missed on where some of this money was going or the prices. Now, Herbie Husker O writes on YouTube, they have a very expensive recruiting class coming in next year. I think they're just hedging for 27. We have the money. Why just spend to spend? So I'll disagree. I don't think that you can just always say, but the next class will be fine. You got to get to that class first. Well, and we know how recruiting works, John. All it takes is one season where they take a little step back. What if they go 5-7? Very realistic on the table. Forget about whether he will or won't be fired. He won't, by the way. More, does that scare anybody off? Do they say, yikes, I'm reading the writing on the wall and this situation doesn't look very good anymore? So I wouldn't first of all, I don't think that's what's happening, but I also don't think that you could view it that way anyway. You got to win now.
Well, you do have to
win now.
But here's the
27 won't pay off till 29.
Well, here's the problem. You don't have the 27 recruits in house yet.
Correct.
Who's to say that the price for those guys won't change between now and signing day?
Mm-hmm.
And you may have to pony up even more to keep those guys that you think you already have. So I mean, this is always a moving target.
Yeah,
it's always a moving target. But this is the part I wanted to focus on, and that is,
why is this happening?
Because Sam asked the question, Sam McEwen. So why can't Nebraska lead an unofficial roster payroll? And he theorizes on a number of different things. Is the lack of a billionaire willing to make it happen? Are there limits in Nebraska's multimedia rights deal? Booster fatigue from being asked to fund new ops building or pay off another fired coach? Old Midwestern thriftiness kicking in? Would buying up empty seats to guarantee the sellout streak be a better investment than an NIL money deal for a player? All these different avenues where boosters have had to come up with money to cover costs on things, or is Nebraska lacking in the source for some of these things? So I went through an exercise and put down a list, and I came up with 7 different things why I think Nebraska's NIL money isn't as big as you're getting from other schools.
Okay.
And I'm going to throw these out. Josh will react to them. You can react to them as well, and you can tell me you agree or disagree. And I did try to rank them in order of impact.
Okay.
I tried to rank them in order of impact. So not just 7, throw it out there and discuss.
But you want to put the,
where's
the onus fall?
Here's the number 1 reason. Here's the number 2 reason. Here's the number 3 reason.
Okay.
And we'll see if some of you agree or disagree. 402-951-1620. You always got room to comment on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline or text line.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can comment on our YouTube page. Come watch us over on our YouTube channel or tweet at us at USC 1620. I'll give you my 7 reasons next on 1620 The Zone. You can enter online at 1620thezone.com for a chance to win the Get Your Together 5K sweepstakes. You have 1 day left. You have today and tomorrow. That's it.
Man.
Today and tomorrow. Get in, register online, 1620thezone.com.
Doc has texted us in, and I wonder if this might make it on your list, John. I'll give you the main reason, John. It's because Nebraska has a state of 1.8 million people and isn't anywhere close to the population and money as half the other states in the United States. It's always been a farce that Nebraska's had money. I've been saying that. I have friends that have been in that department for the last 20 plus years, and they know what's really going on, and they have been right. Once Pelini was canned, so was the football program. Oh, wow. So it turned into a believer at the end.
There it is. All right. Well,
but population. Does population show up?
Well, it does to a degree. Let's get it started. Here are my top 7 reasons why I think Nebraska's NIL lags. Reason number 1.
Oh, there we go.
The lack of alumni base.
And I would say, going back to Doc's text, lack of alumni base is in large part because a lack of population here. If this was a bigger state, the alumni would just be larger because of that, based on happenstance.
Here are the largest alumni bases, and we quoted this list before.
Yeah, after Indiana won the Natty.
According to alumnabase.com, Indiana claims 805,000 living alums.
That is wild.
Penn State is at 803, Michigan at 700, UCLA at 670. I forgot to bold Ohio State. I put the Big Ten schools in bold, but I forgot to do that with Ohio State. 600,000, Texas 600,000, Purdue 600,000, A&M 593, Cal Berkeley 580, Michigan State 550. That was the top 10.
And
Nebraska's estimated alumni base is 200,000, which is 1/4 of Indiana and Penn State. It's only about 40% of Ohio State's and Purdue's. It's less than half of Michigan State's.
That's crazy.
That, to me, is the number one reason why, because you just have fewer people to draw from.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one of the sneaky important things that has made Indiana what Indiana is. And you're saying, well, why weren't they active, 10 years ago?
They weren't energized.
They weren't energized. And once it became legal, remember, NIL stands for now it's legal. Once it became legal, there were a lot more people across the country, a lot more people who were like,
we're willing to play ball.
Oh, we can play ball now. We can give out $100 handshakes, and now it's legal. And when you have a base of 108 or 805,000 alums to draw from, and no, not everybody is giving, but within that base, there are a lot of wealthy alums. There's a lot of people well-to-do. And now all of a sudden the door is open and they're like, oh, we can donate. And it's opened the door for teams like that, for the Ohio States and for the others to draw from. And Nebraska's already working at a deficit where they have a quarter or a third or at best a half of the available alums to draw from as most of their peer institutions.
It's a math problem. If we have to get to $100, us three would have to each put in $33 if we're just going even, Steven.
Sure.
A group of 10, it's only $10. It turns into a math problem very quickly.
Yeah.
And so even if pound for pound, Nebraska's donors were the exact same as Indiana's, Indiana would always be better.
Always be better because they have 4 times the people to draw from.
Correct.
Number 2 on the list, and this one I could almost make an argument this could be number 1
because it would make up for, in theory, all the other stuff.
But there's the lack of that sugar daddy, Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban has. You talk about someone who's energized and has upped his game. Mark Cuban has upped his game in terms of donating to Indiana. Of course, Phil Knight, he's like the poster child for the sugar daddy.
Him and T. Boone are like the OGs of this, in my opinion, in college sports. They turned those programs around, or they put so much money into them because they wanted to see a championship.
Right.
T. Boone is no longer with us. Phil Knight, he's getting up there. He wants so badly for the football team to win a national championship. He was spending money in the old, let's just do buildings kind of way and fancy things. And now he's doing it with NIL. He wants a title badly.
But Michigan, they have, I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Yeah,
but
they have the billionaire.
They got
who
the billionaire
helped get the
boost-
quarterback. With
Exactly.
The young girlfriend. Yeah.
You know, there are a lot of these. There are people at a lot of these schools. Nebraska does not have one. And now everyone can, go into their email and say, Warren, how come Warren doesn't give anything? Warren, you're so greedy. Why
Warren,
did
you suck.
Warren
That's
Buffett
what they say.
Warren Buffett is not
Wow.
going to donate to athletics. He's just not. Sorry.
That's not how he rolls.
Sorry.
But man, it'd be a lot cooler if he did.
Number 3, market size. This also is kind of also drawn from population, but it's that lack of the big sponsorship and media rights money. Nebraska's got a decent deal with Playfly. They got a good deal with Adidas, but other schools have richer deals.
Sure.
And can get richer deals because they have, sponsorships work when you are attracting a large audience. Ohio State's got a larger audience than Nebraska.
How much of this is a wins-losses proposition? And I know then it's a chicken or egg. If Nebraska won more, they would probably be able to get bigger sponsorships because they'd be on bigger TV, right? Like
possibly, but again, this is
now,
also a numbers issue.
Definitely.
Ohio State is always going to be bigger than Nebraska.
By far.
A lot of Indiana is always going to be bigger because it's a bigger state. It's a more populated state. But some of these sponsorship deals that you're getting, Nebraska is not quite at the top of the order. They're doing well.
Ooh, baseball.
Again, per capita, Nebraska does well, but this isn't a per capita conversation. This is a raw, because remember, Nebraska's football roster isn't made up per capita. They got the same roster limitations as Ohio State does.
Yep.
But Ohio State's got more people to draw from, more sponsorship money to draw from, and that also goes into the kitty.
So the first 3 are essentially variations of kind of the same problem. 4 is not. This is one entirely different.
Now, I changed my rankings here a little bit because originally I had what was at number 5 at number 3. But we'll get to number 5 in a minute. But let's go. But number 4, donor fatigue.
And this is a problem that every school has, as you have on the graphic. They just built a $180 million facility. I think that this is in large part why they are so afraid to announce the stadium project because maybe the money's just not there. This is a real problem, and this is a real problem across college sports right now.
Sure.
Where it's like they're just getting asked and asked and asked. And it's like in the old days, it was actually easier because it's like, give us your money, we'll build a new building, and then we'll do it again in a few years, but we won't bother you until then beyond, some smaller donations. But now it's, we need $40 million for the roster. And next year that roster will cost 50. And the year after that, it'll cost 60. And so it's always going up. And also they still need to do some of the building projects from time to time.
Exactly. So I think
this is a very real
and
problem.
Listen, donor fatigue, this could be on anybody's list.
Yes.
This could be on anybody's list, but I think with Nebraska especially, this one's fairly important.
See, now you have at 5. I do think that this one might be a little low, and I would add like an extra kind of caveat on the end of it. You said lack of faith / confidence in the leadership. I would add also they haven't been good lately, which I think falls under the same umbrella. I think that there is a large contingent that says, I will be happy to do this when you prove to me that the money will go somewhere worthwhile.
Now, someone would push back and say,
you need the money to get there. Spend money to
Signetti
make money.
didn't do a damn thing.
Correct.
Signetti was brand new, and the money started coming in right away.
Correct. I understand it. I think that there are a large part that's like, nope. Because there's like 20 years of baggage behind this place. Like you keep telling me they're going to be good. Now Indiana says, we had a lot more baggage too. I think people feel like they've gotten burned, and they are not going to give a dime until they feel like it would actually do something worthwhile.
Right. It's another one of those chicken the egg situations.
So I think having it at 3, I think that would have been the better spot for that one.
Number 6, Nebraska frugality.
Yep.
Now, a lot of people in the past probably would list this as number 1. Nebraskas are always so tight. Sam even pointed it out in his column. He said, well, Nebraska was among the first to have an indoor practice facility.
I thought that was a great argument.
And there were a lot of areas where Nebraska was on the cutting edge, and it took money to get there.
Yeah.
So you can't always say that Nebraska's been frugal about its money when Nebraska was ahead of the curve on a lot of colleges, including the Texases, including the Ohio States, including the Michigans, on a lot of different things that did require donor money to make it possible.
That's why I think number 6 goes right into number 7. And I think that those two things fit very well together.
And number 7, again, it's another problem that's common at a lot of different places. But I think people want permanence. When they donate, they want to know that that gift is going to pay off for years to come. And buildings are greater than 1-year rentals at quarterback or 1-year rentals at defensive end or even a 2-year guy. And you could probably add to this, there's probably a little bit of frustration with the people with the money about the lack of loyalty that exists in college sports and the frustration of, man, this guy came in here and he built me out of $1 million and now he's off to the next school. We talked about it last week with the whole Bryce Hopkins situation at Providence. A lot of people at Providence were pissed off. The guy took $1 million of our money, played 3 games last year, and then he was off to the next school. There's a lot of that type of frustration that is out there.
Yeah, I think I make this comparison a lot because I love it. It's like someone who will be happy to spend a lot of money on a nice dinner versus some people who are like, why would I ever do that? Why would I spend $300 on a steak when I could get one for $30? They're both going to end up as poop. Why would I do that?
Exactly. I could spend the $300 on, a nice Ming vase for my house.
Exactly.
And I'll always be able to look at it and say that thing. And, oh, by the way, that thing will pay off down the road because it'll be worth a little bit more. That building with your name. And remember, a lot of donors donate because of ego. They want to see their name on something.
Mm-hmm.
They want to see that, hey, I'm getting credit for this. Whether it's their names on the building or it could be a brick. It could be something on a plaque. But at least my name's there so that when people walk in, they see John and Mary Smith on this plaque that said, thank these donors for making this building possible. I get that. They're not,
Josh Peterson mortuary.
Some college football player isn't going to have thanks to John and Mary Smith tattooed on his forehead.
Maybe that's the next
maybe they
of
would.
NIL.
This generation puts a tattoo on everything, but I'm guessing they're probably not going to put that.
So here's what I would say. Like the best case scenario for NIL, the best case, of course, is you win a national championship. But the problem then is, and now you got to spend money to try to do it again next year. Like Ohio State went all in 2 seasons ago, and they got the reward. But the reward is ultimately just memories. You got some videos on YouTube you can watch. Maybe you bought a ticket to a game and you were there. You'll never take that away.
The best part about memories is making them.
But there, like you said, there are a lot of people that are like, yeah, but my name is on the building and the building will be there as long as the town's there. Why wouldn't I just want that? I get it. I understand it. That said, I think that is a proper ranking to have that one all the way down there because I don't think that is the biggest reason. I think you hit on the ones at the top. Again, I would say, like, there's a part of me, John, that wonders. They break through. They go 10-2. If people were like, all right, it's time to go all in. And then they have an even better year. They go 11-1. They make a run to the Natty. What that wouldn't do to people saying, all right, now here's my card. Here's my checkbook. Whatever you want, I want to make it happen because I want us to win a championship. And so I don't think that we can underestimate that. But problem top to bottom, I think alumni base and the lack of a sugar daddy are huge here. Huge.
The top 3 on the list speak directly to Nebraska's shortcomings,
which will always be there,
which are not going to change,
barring a crazy population movement around the United States.
And we already know that next generation hates sex. They don't like procreating.
No
so
kids.
Good luck with that.
I got snipped. I'm not having any children. Won't be any Nebraskans.
I don't think you want Nick's kids playing in Nebraska anyway.
I'm not going to have kids. I don't want them born in this state.
Shigori says it's Josh on drugs 10-2 LOL. I'm not saying it's happening. I'm just saying if it did, what could it mean? I do think that would unlock a huge part of this fan base. But until then, I get why they're saying, why would I do that? It's the same conversation, John, about buying season tickets. Some people are like, I'm not going to buy season tickets. If you have fans who are like, they don't give me the reward, why do I want to support them with tickets? How much harder do you think it is to get people to spend millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars or even just thousands of dollars? If someone's not willing to spend $400 or $500 on season tickets, I understand why someone wouldn't want to part with $200,000 to help them land a left tackle. I get it.
It's really pretty much Midwest mentality when it comes to spending money. You want to see a tangible thing, a tangible reason.
Well, sure. They
start winning.
You want to know that whatever it is you're doing is making a difference.
Here's what I would ask.
And if you don't feel like it is making a difference, you're going to be less willing to part with your money to do it.
Here's what I would ask. Nebraska has a rough season in 2026. They're around 500. It doesn't seem like they're taking the next steps. Is there a world where Matt Rule agrees to give a portion of his salary to the roster next year? Does he pull a Gundy or a Harbaugh, where they're like, we're gonna cut this down and we're gonna, let's say a half of it is gonna go right into that directly. I wonder if that would be something that could be on the table for Nebraska.
I don't know. It could be. But here the major problem, it's not even just, hey, you gotta win a title before I can believe in you. The problem is Nebraska hasn't even given you a season to make you believe that a title is on the horizon.
Dude, I feel like if we
there hasn't been like a
8-4 if I put in a few bucks. Come on.
Like a Nebraska 2009.
Yeah.
A Nebraska 2009. Was that a team that was good enough to win a title? No. But you didn't have to squint very hard to go, man, that Pelini, he might have something going here. Nebraska hasn't even had a season like that to make people want to part with their money and say, oh, my money could be the difference between taking this team from 9-4 to 11-1.
It's why I do not think
There's not been a season.
We keep talking bad vibes. November and then the bowl game really changed the perception. If you pause everything at the moment when Dylan Raiola takes his final snap ever at Nebraska, what is the path that takes them in a different direction, and what does that lead to next? Instead, they went down the other path, and now everything sucks.
If they can find a way to get 3 7-5 seasons consecutively, I think that's when the money would start.
No way in hell.
I think so.
No way. That might get him fired.
If they get a 7-5 season next year, it's basically you've hit 3 in a row.
Yeah, no.
They were 7-6 last year, 7-6 this past season, and now another 7-6. No. That's just gonna add to the frustration.
They might be.
I was thinking the consistency, because that's when it's finally. When was the last time they had 3 consecutive 7-5 seasons?
That's not good consistency. Not for this place. It's
over 500.
It's not good consistency. Michael Severe will join us next. It's a Michael Severe Monday. It's a happy hour. It's 1620 The Zone.
I don't know. I don't like that Severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I don't care about Fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell.
Michael's black.
Michael Severe Monday. How was your weekend, Michael?
I think it was fine.
I mean, it snowed. You must have been happy it was cold.
Yeah, Friday was snow day. We shoveled a lot and went to work for a while and hung out there, got some stuff done. And Saturday, I have I don't remember what I did on Saturday. I know I watched both basketball games.
Nice.
I watched 4 episodes of a show that intern is trying to get me to watch. I watched 4 of those. And then yes.
Let's go. You like it?
Yeah, I'm just so glad I didn't decide to watch that with Logan. I'm glad I didn't.
A lot of nudity.
Ooh, yeah, there's
a lot of nudity.
It's not just the nudity, it's because the nudity's fine. I mean,
the things they're doing with the
things
nudity?
they're doing while undressed, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty interesting.
Wild stuff happening, John.
Wild stuff. A lot of
I mean,
stuff
you're
happening.
in the vicinity.
Yeah, there's pictures being taken while people are. Hey, have you ever taken any pictures where you were out to eat?
Where I was out to eat?
Yeah.
My wife takes all the pictures of the food. I never understood.
That's what she did on the episode. So yeah, that was a certain part of it. Anyway, that's season 1. So I got one more. I think I have one more to watch in season 1, I think, actually.
Oh, then that means you watched 7 episodes.
Did I watch 7? I swore it popped up and said season finale. I swore it said that, but I've watched a bunch of them. And then Sunday, watched CBS Sunday Morning, and it ended just in time. Ended just in time for the extra hockey.
Nice.
Oh, wow. So you just got in for overtime.
Yeah, I basically turned so CBS Sunday Morning went off, and I went in the kitchen to start cooking some stuff, and my phone was on, and it switched over to the hockey, which it does on YouTube TV occasionally. And yeah, they were in the break before it started, is when I watched.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go.
Wasn't sure how I was cheering for, actually.
You gonna yell at Michael too?
Wasn't quite sure I was cheering for in that situation.
Stupid, man. Why people have to bring politics into sports?
I didn't. It had nothing to do with politics.
Jimmy Carter was an incompetent president. I didn't root for the Soviets because of that.
Jimmy Carter was one of the smartest men to ever hold that office. You can call him whatever you want. You can call him whatever you want. You can call him whatever you want. You can call him whatever you want.
And I just
call him whatever you want. You're an idiot. So it doesn't matter.
No, that is not true.
You are an idiot.
A smart man, but a bad president.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. He wasn't.
Man. He was a smart man. He was a very.
He wasn't incompetent. Was the word you used? He was not incompetent in any way whatsoever. The man was a damn nuclear physicist. Now you got a guy in there who can't spell. Give me a break.
We don't need a nuclear physicist. We just need.
You could help. It would help to spell.
Well, guess what? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Bottom line is this.
That had nothing to do with it. I'm talking about just the fact that I didn't know who I was cheering for because I don't care about hockey, and I know more names of people that are Canadian than I do American.
Okay.
So literally, I'm serious. I'm not joking. I know more, and so as they're playing, I'm like, well, I know that guy, and I know that guy, and I know that guy. So that's kind of how I did it.
So you're rooting for NHL players.
You're rooting guys that I knew, that I've heard their names.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
I don't watch hockey. Or the Winter Olympics most usually. So.
Well, it's over.
Oh, is it over?
Yes, it's over.
Hockey was the last thing, if I remember right. Then it went into the closing ceremony.
I mean, I do understand. The Winter Olympics are covered in white.
Exactly.
A lot of
That's
white.
what we used to call it. That's what we used to call the Olympics.
White Olympics?
The White Olympics, yeah.
It was very
interesting.
You watch what you watch. I just don't have any. I've never skied. I've never snowboarded. I curled once as a part of doing a story when it was over at Baxter Arena. I covered it when it was over there.
You've sled before.
I've tobogganed. Yes, I have tobogganed.
I mean, that's close enough to bobsledding.
Yep, I've definitely tobogganed before, and but I I've ice skated like once or twice in my life.
I've only ice skated one time ever.
Yeah.
I loved rollerblading back in the day, so I figured I'd be.
Yeah, I did too. I rollerblade. We rollerbladed a lot in Albuquerque. That was a big thing for my wife and I. But yeah, I just don't relate to any of the sports, you know. Although I do appreciate the biathlon because that's real life. We're going into Russia. We're going to kill some folks. How you going to do it? We're going to get some skis. Then we're going to shoot. We're going to get some skis.
Get a bunch of Olympians. We're going to war. Who do we need?
Olympians. We need biathletes, man. They'll get the job done.
Understandable.
Yep.
Today, ladies and gentlemen,
last Monday of February,
Tom Osborne's birthday.
Yes, it is. Tom
89 years old. Same age as my mother. Same age as my mom.
Tom Osborne's 89th birthday today.
February 23rd, baby. That's right.
Wow.
Yep. 1937. My mom was born in 36. Yes. Wow. That's how I keep up with it.
Happy birthday, Tom.
Happy birthday, Tom. Can I complain about the morning show on your station?
Yeah.
A little bit. Let me just complain a little bit.
Which one?
Because on your station, there's the morning show. Okay, the legitimate morning show.
I mean,
Schaefer.
I knew you and Schaefer buddies, and I figured you and Connor got along.
This has nothing to do. This has nothing to do with our relationships. I think so much of Happer when they called me in the office and decided I wasn't going to be doing the noon show or the midday show. I suggested Happer. I thought Happer was the guy. I pushed for Happer. So. You know how I feel about Schaefer.
All right, so you're still gonna.
But today, the conversations they were having this morning were driving me absolutely nuts. Okay, first of all, yes, I want my head coach sticking his damn head in the special teams meetings because that, as we've said for years, it values special teams for the players who are playing it more when the head coach walks in the room. We all have said that hundreds of times, right? We talked about when Perlini took it over, we talked about having the big man in the room. It's why Saban sits in on him, because the big man is in the room. So that conversation was ridiculous. Then they talked about Holgorsen, right? And people were writing in, he needs to run his own offense. What are you talking about? Do we not watch him since he stopped being the guy who ran a particular offense that was led by Mike Leach? Did we not watch him after that? Go to circa, say, 2019-18, right? His pace of play slowed down. His depth of target slowed down. The attempts slowed down. All of that slowed down. He hasn't run the offense the people are talking about that was at Oklahoma State or that was West Virginia. He hasn't run that offense in a long, almost 10 years.
Right.
So quit saying that he's not running his offense. And he came out and said, I spent the entire offseason, in the lab recreating this offense. He said that. He said it was the hardest offseason, hardest month I've ever had, right? Because he bust his ass to make the offense more into what he wanted. It's his offense. The failure has nothing to do with Satterfield, has nothing to do with anybody but the man calling it, because he's the one running it. It's his offense. It's definitely not Rule's offense. It's his offense. So that was another thing they were talking about this morning. That drove me crazy. Mainly people writing in about, whether or not Holgorsen is running his offense. That's what he runs now. This is what he runs now.
So you're more triggered by the show or by the audience of the show?
Well, they weren't. They didn't defend the facts well enough this morning to me. You should see all the texts I sent to Schaefer today.
Well, Schaefer, I guess I can't remember now which of the two, because I was listening to that conversation, and one of them said, it was Schaefer, right? He was told that's Holgorsen. Like, Holgorsen got to do what he wants to do.
Sure.
Whatever Holgorsen wants to do, he has gotten to do, which is honestly makes it way worse for him because his offense stunk.
Well, and why would he agree to come out of where he was? I mean, he was sitting there.
Why would a Nebraska coordinator agree to do whatever the head coach said for them to do last year? And
No. I'm saying, why would Holgorsen, a guy who is sitting out, he's sitting on a fat stacks of $100 bills.
Yeah.
He was doing analyst work, and he just jumps in mid-season.
Yep.
And he would do so with hands tied behind his back?
Well, last season, he did say
what he thinks he needs to do.
That he kept a lot of Satterfield's play calling. The nomenclature stayed the same, right?
Sure.
They kept the same thing. They didn't want to have to make the kids adjust to the sound and the calls. But in this year, though, this is his. Last year was his offense. That was his offense that he ran for 13 games. That was his offense. And the successes and the failures. Now, that's funny because I've been having a conversation with Dave Bartu about this. And Dave argues that in general, outside of what happened after he lost his starting quarterback, that his offense was good enough. That's what he said. When he grades offensive coordinators, he had him as a successful offensive coordinator before halftime of that USC game. So he believes he is. I'm just going basically off of numbers and how much they have not improved in some spots, coming off of, we can all argue, was a bad offensive coordinator in Satterfield. Terrible. And how they have increased in a few, even though they at least talked about adding better talent. They also had the best running back in the Big Ten last year.
Yes.
And that didn't add up to having more points. They couldn't score in the low red zone. They couldn't do a lot of things in the red zone.
They didn't turn the ball over.
They didn't even turn the ball over, but they still only scored in conference play, 16 points a game, something like that. It wasn't much. It was really bad. And then the other part that they were talking about this morning was, this is something that Sipple says all the time. Hey, they were 7-6. It wasn't that bad. It's better than what it was. I'm like, yes, it's better than it was over the course of a 4-year time with Frost that was as bad as it ever was since the 50s. Okay, so yes, it's better than that. But I told you, we talked about this last week. Those last games, that's as bad. There are 4 times since 1968 they've been that bad. And normally something really, really, really big changes when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the big thing is, changing out the defensive coordinator, I guess, and the offensive
and
line.
yelling at the former special teams coordinator. That's the other thing that's going on.
Well, and look, man,
he's yelling at him, just taking little side swipes.
Look, he probably shouldn't have let him. He wants to say whatever he wants to say. It's not necessary. They always talk about the winner or gets to say the last words or whatever.
History is written by the victors.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. If that's what he felt at the time, he should have just. How far was his office from Matt Rule's office? Could he have not said, hey, buddy, why don't you come in the meeting every now and then? It'd be good for the people to see you in there. That's what he could have done, right?
To me, the quote from Eckler that triggered me was the whole, we had this thing on cruise control.
That he had more time, I think he's saying.
Sure.
I got this where I wanted to get it. I had more time to contribute, and he was sitting there just running whatever he was doing and had more time. I think that's what he's trying to say. It certainly wasn't the best it could possibly be. It certainly wasn't that. I mean, we saw what happened over the last 4 games. So even on special teams, they went down. They were number 3 at one point, the high point last year in special teams efficiency. And what did they end up, like 16? Something like that.
We quoted some numbers earlier, and it was there was one that had him in the top 10. Bill Connolly had him. He was a little harsher on him. He had him at 69th.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow. It's hard to say that when you're not giving up any punt returns.
Yeah.
You really aren't giving up any kick returns outside of 3. I guess the punting would be the thing, but he had short fields too. So you always got to count that in there. That's how they do it on BCF Toys or whatever that is.
Yeah. I don't remember what what K Ford had.
Oh, I don't know. I think that's what they had him though. I think they got as high as 3. That's where the highest they got. Because it was like them and
K Ford had him in the 20s.
Okay.
I thought. I honestly,
it's been a while since we were quoting those numbers.
Field goal kicking was better. Obviously, didn't have any punts blocked compared to what you had in years past.
And they scored points. They scored actual points on special teams.
They scored actual points. Exactly right.
Yeah.
Rob Orich, a lot of the talk last week after the press conferences was this 4-2-5. It's described as a completely new system.
It's not. It's not.
That's what I wanted to get your thoughts.
I keep saying, I've been saying all along. It's not. It's because it's funny that our friend Colin Wilson from the Action Network. He has this amazing spreadsheet that he has for every team. And in the spreadsheet, it shows you, yes, it'll say the base defense, but it'll show you what percentage they're in a down 3 or a down 4 or a down 5 or a down 2. And the majority of his offense is 3 down, 1 standing. Your weak side defensive end, who's a little bit bigger than the jack is in the 3-3-5, is usually standing up as a rusher, which gives you more of a threat, right? You don't really know where the rush is coming from. He could drop, he could rush, he could chip, all those things he could do out of that situation. It's much more similar to the 3-3-5 than it is to a standard 4-3. Okay, once you take that third linebacker off the field and you stand up that rusher at the weak side defensive end, you essentially look like a 3-3-5 in a lot of ways, right? Because that guy becomes the other linebacker. What's different is his post snap opposed to some of that stuff they were doing last year pre-snap. A lot of the stuff they did pre-snap with their hedging and stuff, or right?
Yeah.
How many times did we see a play happen because either they stemmed the wrong way or once the play was snapped, they ran a game that took them out of the play.
Yeah, that
Right,
was
they were trying to
the
do too
second touchdown against Michigan.
Yeah,
They stunted it, and it was
Right.
literally the play went right through the vacated spot.
Yeah, smaller, one bigger, but that's going to be a team. If you can get in the top 30, I think that's a very good team. And so I would say that top 30 points per play defense, top 20 in that total defense stat that I really do hate. And then,
a simple stat.
Yeah. And then top 5 in terms of sacks in the Big Ten, because they haven't been there in forever. I don't know the last time they were in the top. I guess you have to go back to like Khalil Davis, the other Davis boys. The last time they were maybe in the top 5 of the conference in sacks, because they're never around there. They're in the bottom 5 a lot of times. And so I'd love to see that. And Orch, he's shown that he could do it everywhere he's gone.
I would like to see turnover generation.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I mean, last year they ended up in the positive turnover margin, but it could have been so much better. But
yeah, forcing fumbles is a big part of the game.
But they never could generate turnovers.
How many would you say, just on a given game you watch, if there is a forced fumble, what percentage of time do you think that is on a quarterback hit?
On a forced fumble, and we're talking just college football, right?
A third of the time, it's probably based on hitting a quarterback.
Yep.
God, I would say it's more than that.
You think it's higher than that? Because I would say
it's half.
Because you got to head in the running back and wide receivers both having chances to fumble.
Sure.
Wide receiver after a catch, and then a running back, obviously, when he's running
But the ball is more exposed.
Yeah.
With the quarterback, when he's back in the pocket, he gets hit. Or as we've seen many times in the college game, the quarterback, the ball security of the quarterback.
Well, gosh, the Ty Simpson fumble in the Rose Bowl
is just not the same, man. It feels like, well, I mean,
the problem would be is that you don't have, sometimes you don't ever hit the quarterback, which is sad, but there are teams that don't hit the quarterback. And so then you got to count on your fumbles happening
Certainly,
from running
if you're
backs.
doing just a raw percentage, like a pound for pound, quarterbacks are going to have a much higher share of the fumble, given how little they're going to get hit compared to a running back who's carrying the ball.
Yeah, and then you're going to have to add in: is there a running element to your quarterback? Because that's why 8 fumbles last year from TC, right?
Well, so on team rankings,
yeah,
the fumble leaders
are all quarterbacks.
The top 30
Navy
are quarterbacks. The first running back comes in at 37.
Who is it?
Yep.
First running back was TJ Payton at Georgia State.
What do you have? 3?
He had 5 fumbles.
5 fumbles.
And then there's the running back Malik Sherrod at Boise State. He had 5. He was tied for 37. I mean,
it's all quarterbacks.
It's all quarterbacks.
Yeah. So we both get what we want then, right? I want hits on the quarterback. You want turnovers.
Yeah.
The way you turn them over many times is hitting the quarterback.
While I was searching for that, I was also going to look at, let's see. Oh, there we go. Conferences. I was going to see how many times Nebraska's been, top 5 in sacks.
Yeah.
So last year, Nebraska was 15th in sacks.
Yep. What did they have last year?
They were 7th last year.
2 years ago?
Close. Yeah, 2 years ago, they were 7th. They were 5 sacks behind Indiana for 5th.
Okay.
2023, they were 6th. 1 sack behind Iowa for 5th. But then 2022, they were 10th.
They were terrible. Wow, they were 10th in the league?
In 2022, they were 10th.
I would have guessed way lower.
That's 10 out of 14. 10 out of 14.
That's true.
They were also 11 sacks behind Wisconsin, who was 5th.
And Michael reminded me, for some reason, I forgot that was the non-West Coast Big Ten season. So, yeah, it was still only 14. So being 10th in that year was
the bottom 5.
Was way worse than being 10th now.
Yeah. What can you go back to 2010?
It only goes back to 2016 here on CFP stats.
Yeah. So
2018, they were 6th, 3 behind Michigan State for 5th.
I'd love to see them develop, and maybe Petzak is that. I want to see him develop a true, and I know he's an end, but like a guy who's an interior pass rusher. I'm talking about the 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not the guy who's playing weak side defensive end, not the pass rusher that comes off the linebacker spot or whatever, but one of those 3 guys. I'd like to see them have success with one of those 3 guys being able to get penetration and make plays. And sometimes they make them just because, get coverage, guys running around. And then by that time, the defensive lineman has gotten to the quarterback. So I want to see more than that.
I mean, just to go back to the sacks argument here.
Yeah.
And again, going back to 2016, the average I would guesstimate that the average number of sacks it took to lead the Big Ten was like 45.
Ooh,
45 to 47. Whereas in that same in that same time, Nebraska, I'm eyeballing it here, but Nebraska's probably over the course of the last decade averaged 23, 24 sacks a season.
Half as much as the best teams.
Yeah.
Well,
and when you talk about sacks as a team, didn't Miami lead? Didn't they lead the country last year?
The Hurricanes.
Yeah, Miami was 50.
Yeah,
Miami was 50.
They led the country, and Indiana was second with 46.
Yeah, so 45 is a ton. Obviously, that's the top 3 in the country: Oklahoma, Indiana, and Miami. And Miami obviously played 16 games.
I was gonna say, granted, those teams, and so did Indiana. Like those teams had 16 games, so
they played 16 games.
Right, but when you're looking at it in sacks per game, they're still in the top 10. Oklahoma was number 1 at 3.5, Texas A&M 3.3, Texas 3.1,
playoff adjacent.
Miami 3.1,
playoff.
Western Michigan averaged 3 sacks. So too did Minnesota, but they got most of those sacks
in one game. You know how you always say though it could be worse. So UCLA had 10 sacks last year.
Yikes!
And Nebraska had 22. For 93rd in the country.
How the hell did they beat Penn State? Oh, that's right, Penn State sucked.
And today, have you had a chance to read it yet about NIL?
No, I didn't. I saw that he wrote a story about how Nebraska doesn't have money.
Right.
Doesn't have enough money.
Here, John, you have a graphic. I want your reasons why Nebraska trails. John put up 7 reasons earlier.
Yeah.
A lot in the state or that go to Nebraska or graduate from Nebraska. He mentions the lack of a Mark Cuban, Phil Knight type, donor fatigue, etc. Because I thought it was pretty solid.
Where they were relevant again. I think despite the lack of alumni base, and it is small, they don't have necessarily a big donations from just to see how much money was given coming off of last year compared to what was given going into that year.
Mm-hmm.
You know, did it hurt it that much? I think they're going to always give, and they got a huge alumni base too. So, for Nebraska, I think the donor fatigue is so true. And that goes back to your alumni base, right?
Yep.
If you're going to have a small alumni base, there's less of a chance for you to have a Mark Cuban as Indiana has. It's less of a chance for you to have that guy who starts Under Armour or whatever else. So.
And it doesn't even have to be a Mark Cuban. It could be 5 people who, are Fortune 500 CEOs, right?
Yeah.
Where, we just have raw numbers. Nebraska's literally got a fourth of the alumni base of Indiana.
Yeah.
A fourth.
So what do you have? You have Huddle, who makes money. They have money. You have Open Doors. They make money. I'm pretty sure the guy who is in charge of Mutual of Omaha, I think he's a Nebraska graduate. I think. There's not a lot, I mean, there's some companies that were started by Nebraska graduates, but not to the size of like the guy who started Uber, that kind of stuff.
Right.
So, but yeah, I think it's a good list. The only one I would move is I just think Nebraska would do much better if they were just competent. If you didn't feel like every time Nebraska went out there against a good team that you had no shot to win it. And I know we talk a lot about some of the close games they've had over the years against Ohio State or or whatever, but did you really very rarely are we saying they have a chance to win it, or national people are saying
we're talking about the different, like the program right now. It's like, why can't they be 8-4? Like, there's a much different conversation than why can't they be 11-1?
Well, again, they haven't even given folks a taste of the 2009
bingo,
where Nebraska like you didn't have to squint very hard to see, man, just 1 or 2 more difference makers, and this team could be that team.
Yeah, right now it's like if they had 1 or 2 more difference makers, maybe they're an 8-4 team. Like
Correct.
That's not the conversation that that Warren's spending a ton of money on difference makers.
Correct.
If Ndamukong Suh pulls a hamstring the last time he's chasing Colt McCoy, they win that game because he doesn't get to him. If he can't get to him for some reason and he runs around and he burns the last second off the clock, they win the game, right?
Sad.
So
that's I am convinced Colt McCoy was concussed in that game.
Yeah, there's no doubt he was
in that game. He was not all there.
And remember,
right, if Sue hadn't been, if Sue wasn't so good, they would have won the game because Colt McCoy was just gonna he was just gonna run around and then throw the ball away, and the clock would have come. Oh.
What did he last in the national championship game? A quarter?
Not even.
Was that the first drive, wasn't it?
It was early.
first
Yeah.
drive, yeah.
Rams his shoulder into the Bama defense. See you later.
I thought it was the
and
first
he was
drive.
so beat up coming off of that Big 12 championship game. I bet you it was just exacerbating an injury that he already had. You know?
There's been so many great individual performances, and we always think individual performances because it's easier to quantify stats for offensive players. But you think about, the 200-yard rushing games and the 400-yard passing games and the 5 touchdown games. I'm telling you, Sue's performance in that game is on the Mount Rushmore of individual efforts ever in a Nebraska football game.
With Rich Glover against Oklahoma in the game of the century.
Rich Glover's up there.
He lined up against the All-American center.
Yep.
That's back when you had
Haney.
one guy. There was one guy who was the All-American center. He lined up against him the majority of the time, and he put up 23 tackles against one of the best teams in the country.
Preposterous number.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
What a
It's
ridiculous
crazy.
number.
It's absolutely nuts.
I wonder, because, the way people grade tackles, today versus yesterday, I'd be curious if someone's ever gone back.
I have. I went back and edited.
Okay.
He was at our event 3 years ago, and we gave him a special award. And I went back and edited all his tackles. Okay, every last one of them. No more than 2 of them would have been considered an assist. Almost every one of them was simply him hitting the running back, the quarterback, whoever first. There was a play in that game where he is lined up like almost dead over the center. Oklahoma runs wide with the quarterback who pitches. He comes down the line of scrimmage. Before the running back can get to the line of scrimmage, he has penetrated the line of scrimmage and he tacks him for a yard loss. I'm just like, how did he do that? The lateral quickness of a man his size, he was ridiculous in that game. I only got 21 tackles, by the way. I know they said I counted 21 based off of
21.
I could. Sometimes they're so close to each other. It's hard to see back then, but yeah.
I've watched that game so many times.
Yeah.
I need to just go back and watch him because it's a fun game to rewatch anyway. But I need to just go back and watch what he did because it was incredible. But those 2 are on the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah. I'll send you that video. I think I cut 6 of his best plays, including the sack that essentially kind of ended the game.
One of the things that kind of obfuscate, the effort was they gave up 31 points, which they hadn't done all year. I mean, I think their previous high was
like 14.
14?
Yeah.
I think.
That's why I was going to ask you.
Greatest Nebraska football team of all time.
Second best. If you talk about great individual performances, I wanted to ask you if, does it lessen Tommy Frazier's Fiesta Bowl because they won by so many points that they didn't need each and every one of those yards? Because that was an all-timer, and of course the memorable play.
I mean, it was really good, but that Florida team defensively was really
they struggled.
And they weren't stopping anybody. Brooke Behringer goes in there and they're scoring 62 points. And I'm not taking anything from Tommy because I was a Tommy guy.
The other individual performance is obviously Johnny Rodgers, his last game. Where he had the rushing touchdown, the passing touchdown, the receiving touchdown.
When Devaney said, "Hey, you do whatever you want."
They started him at running back. They started him at I-back, and he went out there and lit him up. So
which is funny because when I was growing up, when I was real little, I always thought that's what he was because when I was growing up, that was the star position was the running back. So I originally thought Johnny Rodgers was a running back.
Yeah.
Until I realized, he was a receiver.
He was a wing back.
We threw the ball.
The wing back.
Oh, yeah. They ran that little play with Johnny. The little inside give that Osborne drew up, they ran that a lot, and Johnny was so good at that.
You had the jet and you had Guy the Fly. I mean, you had Ingalls today. If you go back and watch some of those,
Woody Cox
and a guy. Well,
your dog,
the Cox, Woody Cox.
Michael,
that's his real name.
I love listening to you call great games now, just because of the dicks factor.
Dicks,
just constantly. It's so awesome.
A lot of dicks.
It's so funny. So many dicks.
Michael, draft question for you.
Yeah.
My goal every week is going to be to do one draft question because the combine's here now. I will try not to always do them about the Cowboys, but I did want to ask you this because shut up, John. Mocks are coming out, Michael, and sometimes I see ones that I say, sign me up. And occasionally Caleb Downs his name falls all the way to number 12.
12, yeah.
Do you think that could actually happen? Is there a world where Caleb Downs ends up on the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, sure. Mainly because, as we talk about a lot of times, people don't value safeties enough. No, I think I would say he's the third or fourth best player in this draft.
Yeah, me too.
And because of that, I would say that's where he should fall, but he doesn't because of positional value. I'm going to be very sad when he passes 8 because I know the Saints are going to take an offensive player and they're not going to take it downs. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. So if Ty Simpson, who doesn't belong in the first round of this draft with his 15 starts, if he somehow gets into that top part of the draft just because somebody is, just reaching for a quarterback, that obviously could move Caleb Downs back. If one of those 2 wide receivers who we think could be in the top 10 drop, or maybe a third one comes up, that pushes Caleb Downs back as well. There's a couple things that could happen. I think after this combine is over, you're going to hear so much conversation about the rush ins, the talent at rush in, the talent at offensive tackle. And I said this before to you guys, there's no number 1 wide receiver. There's not that guy who we're talking about in Justin Jefferson or Chase or those guys, but there's about 10 guys who are number 2 guys. And all of a sudden, as it goes along, see how they run in the combine, you could have a whole bunch more in the first round that you didn't expect. So all those could move Caleb Downs down.
Let's go. That's the hope.
Yeah. And then Cole Payton, man. Everybody's so excited about Cole Payton, a guy with 13 starts in his career.
Which I know you love. You say the fewer starts, the better.
Fewer starts, the better. That's the guy I want to play.
About him. It makes
exactly.
It
it's a mystery. And then defensive coordinators are, I'm so confused. I have no film. I don't know.
The problem. The problem with being a 13 start quarterback, you are essentially a developmental quarterback. And in the NFL, who's playing a developmental quarterback? They're gonna play some senior citizen before they play your developmental quarterback. They're bringing Joe Flacco.
We saw that in Indianapolis this last year. They were like, you know what? Instead of the developmental guy, well, let's bring in the dude who's been retired for a half decade.
Exactly. They don't play you, and so how does he ever get enough live scrimmage reps, live football reps to get better? I wish he could have appealed for another year and came to Nebraska and been the starting quarterback for Nebraska for 1 year. I think that'd have been incredible.
Phil Rivers.
No, Cole Payton.
Oh, my bad.
I think Cole Payton, if he could have gotten another year, because he played 3 years as the Taysom Hill character for them. It'd have been great if he could have come here and played 1 year as the Nebraska quarterback. I think that'd have been pretty good for him.
Michael, I referenced this earlier. This is non-sports now. Have you watched the? Oh crap! And now I can't remember the name of the movie. I mentioned it. The Perfect Neighbor. Have you watched The Perfect Neighbor yet on Netflix?
I have not. The documentary? No, I have not. That's that crazy Karen woman, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Michael, it is amazing.
That's my girl. What's her name? Soledad O'Brien produced that.
Oh, right? Yeah. She directed it. Yeah,
directed it. And I follow her on Twitter, and she was talking about it and showing lots of clips and stuff, and I want to watch it. I know I can't watch it with my wife.
Nominated for the Oscar, and so I was like, I'll check this because I'd heard a podcast mention. I was like, it sounds interesting. I like those. It is.
He loves murder.
It is, Michael. It is crazy because it's all the footage from the officers.
Right.
It's the body cam. Basically, the whole movie is body cam.
Body cam video. Yeah.
Oh
I do want to watch it. I have not watched it. We watched Sing Sung Blue yesterday.
Don't know what that is.
It's the movie about the Neil Diamond cover band, the real life band.
Oh, cover band.
What I love, tribute band. So what I love about the movie is whenever you feel that your life's not going great, and we've all had challenges,
Sure.
John can't walk around a lawnmower, and obviously we've all had challenges.
Yeah.
You watch that movie and you're like, ooh, I'm blessed, baby.
Good.
I'm blessed. There's a scene in that movie, and it's all true, right? All of it's true. There's a scene in that movie you're like, how much bad luck could one person have? And they ended up being the opening band for a #1 band in the country. How crazy is that? The band came to Milwaukee with a very famous lead man, a very famous multiple albums, some of them colored Pearl, and came to town, and they opened for them. That's how incredible their story is.
Wow.
I'm telling you, watch it. It's outstanding. You're crying at the end. There's tears.
On?
Tears. It's on I think it's on Peacock.
Okay.
I mean, I normally cry when I hear any Neil Diamond songs, so
I mean, he's the great thing about Neil Diamond is, and I've heard this so many times, you may not even know the name of the song, but you know all the words. And that's what he is. You know all the words from songs.
Every damn ballpark and arena in a country.
Yeah, so listen,
that stupid song.
John, the dude that's the lead guy in the movie hates that song. So
God bless him.
But he's got a catalog with another million songs. Many of them very good songs.
I heard them all. I heard them all. Every time we went on vacation, we had to listen to Neil.
I thought you were listening to the Surf Boys or the Beach Boys.
No, that was in the rotation. It was Mamas and the Papas, the Beach Boys, and Neil Diamond. That was the holy trinity of my father's music collection.
Your father was a wise man, obviously. We have it in common. Our dads both collected coins.
Yes.
Coin boys.
The
coin boys. We're thinking about selling some of them because you see the price of silver right now.
Is it going up?
Well,
is it going up?
Like NIL prices.
Oh, yeah.
Is it going up?
Oh, yeah. Gold and silver going way up.
We had to change the make of our Jet Award rings because the price tripled.
Wow.
Yeah.
Michael, before you leave, Peter wants to know.
Peter,
Michael, his favorite places for seafood for all the Friday Lenten Catholic listeners.
Yes.
Bring it back.
I tweeted out about this the other day. I had my fast food fish places, and I had my places I like to go that weren't obviously fast food. But you got the standard Herb Sant, which is in Exarban, which they do a great job. And
there.
Yeah, go there. They have great barbecue shrimp, which aren't actually barbecued. That's what we call it in New Orleans. They call them Nola shrimp. And then obviously Taste of New Orleans if you want to go get some fried catfish. There's an excellent place over in Council Bluffs called Mo Fish, MO''fish. Great fried fish. Delicious.
No
Check that out. And then there's a Acadiana if you want to go get a good fish sandwich too. Outstanding. Good gumbo occasionally when they have it on there. And then there's Mouth of the South.
There you go.
Pretty much that'll knock you out everything you need from those places.
Thank you, Michael.
There you go.
Yeah. And real quick, fish sandwich. Yeah. Go over to Council Bluffs. There's a Dairy Queen in Council Bluffs. Not the second one, the first one. They're both on Broadway.
Yeah.
They sell an Atlantic pollock on a long bun. You know the bun they use a lot of times at Burger King on a long bun. It's a great fish sandwich.
At a Dairy Queen.
At the Dairy Queen. Yep. They have a
special. They do a different fish sandwich than the other Dairy Queens.
Yeah, because they're all O&Os. They're owned by the guys. Okay. You could do whatever pretty much you want.
Wow.
And so they make it's an Alaskan pollock, I believe, but it's solid. It's a great sandwich.
Okay, there you go. Awesome. Some fish advice for those of you who are eating fish this Lenten season.
I'm going to get fish right now.
Nice.
Making hamburgers for my wife and my son. Give me some fish.
Enjoy, Michael.
Thank you. Great. I will do that. What's for dinner?
There you go. Spoiler alert.
All right. There's Michael Severe. Michael Severe Monday.
Bye, Michael.
Bye.
During that entire interview,
what happened?
TCU never stopped batting in the fifth inning. They were down 6-1, and they scored 12 runs.
They did. LMU just hit a home run though, so now
now it's only 13-7.
Yeah.
Ooh, a little submarine style.
Can you believe that this is a sport that's just on every day until the end of June?
I can't.
Middle of
Pretty
June.
much is, yeah.
No, college baseball's not on every day.
Basically is.
They'll play Wednesdays.
Yeah, midweek games on Wednesdays.
I thought midweek games were always on Tuesdays.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
It's the middle of the week.
There aren't many Monday games, though. This is a rarity.
I mean, Monday games are kind of rare, but yet you see them. You do see them.
And we get fantastic games like this.
Fantastic.
That's our challenge, is to see if we can find a college baseball game every day of the week.
Okay.
So far, we're perfect.
I like live sports. I'm not going to hate on it and say
Absolutely.
the sport sucks and it's boring and nobody should
whoever
like it.
is doing the production on this game is doing much better, though they do need to adjust the score bug, which is partially cut off
at
the left end. At least you can still tell it's TCU 13, Loyola Marymount 7, but the score bug's a little cut off.
You can see the tiny baby 18 next to TCU's name. 18.
Got to move it over just a little bit.
Just slide it over, just a touch.
Bingo.
Touch.
Could you imagine though? TCU was just swept by UCLA this weekend. What if they lost to Loyola Marymount?
I'd say they suck.
Coming up in content.
What do we got?
Suits. Tushes. Injunctions.
Junk.
Rebounds. And buckets of coffee.
On
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
This has all of a sudden become the off season where we're getting all these goofy pictures of Matt Rule.
It's a psyop. Don't fall for it. That's the thing. Backwards hat. He's trying to distract you from what's happening.
That's earlier Matt Rule. You can tell it's from a few years ago because his head's a little bigger.
Right, but it almost looks like he's biting his upper lip with teeth.
That is a funny photo.
It's a weird looking photo, but we've had that. We've had, of course, backwards hat Matt.
And then the new one.
And then the one where he's screaming. It's like, this is starting, what it's starting to remind me of? It's starting to remind me of late stage Danny Nee.
Uh-oh.
Where every time the Journal Star would show Danny Nee in a photograph, it'd just be, like if Danny Nee's being quoted, they just have the headshot and it says Danny Nee. And it was always of Danny Nee screaming.
Now that's where the Danny Nee late stage jokes stop, John. We are not going to make any jokes moving forward about anything else with Danny Nee. No joke.
I'm just saying, it seems like every time I see a picture of Matt Rule, it's not him in a flattering light. And this is not
stories,
and
John.
This is not a man he's not an unattractive man. He's got a nice little salt and pepper blend going on. He's got a nice head of hair. He's got a good, beard / goatee thing that he's got working on.
He looks like an Ewok.
He does not look like an Ewok.
Yup, nub. We talked about this last week. Oh, you were gone.
Yeah.
He looks like an Ewok, John.
That's
a little
not
bit.
nice.
What do you mean? It's just the fact.
By the way, I thought of something because Jedi was on in one of the hotel rooms I was staying in last week. I can't remember which one.
Jedi is always on.
Do you know they could that movie would have been a lot better if it would have been on Kashyyyk, the home of the Wookiees, and when you replace the Ewoks.
Wasn't that the original plan? Yeah.
If they would have done that, that would have been a kick-ass movie. Instead, they had to have these little teddy bears beating up stormtroopers.
Ewok calling. By the way, Severe understood the joke that I was going for, and he made a funny joke. Thank you, Michael. Good job by you. Another text from Aaron. Holy bleep, he does look like an Ewok.
He does. It's true.
Because of the beard.
Yeah.
It's all like, some people, I have like a little chin in between my beard and my lips. Some people, the beard covers like the whole face. Like Ravi. Ravi's beard just covers his whole face.
You saying Ravi looks like an Ewok?
No, he doesn't. Something about Matt Rule, he looks like an Ewok.
I think it's the face.
I think it's face.
Here's a take. Pat Riley says he wishes NBA coaches went back to suits and ties. I think when fans look over at the sidelines, they want to see someone that looks like a leader. Do you agree that a suit and tie makes you look like a leader?
You know who doesn't like this idea? Greg McDermott.
Yeah, Mac doesn't like wearing the suits anymore.
He only does it on peak out day.
He likes having the pullover. If anything, I wouldn't mind it for the NBA, and maybe this now spreads over to college, because now the benches are getting pushed further and further and further down the sidelines because of all the luxury seats that they're putting in between the bench and the scoring table, that it might be nice to be able to identify,
the coaches?
Is that just a random fan walking there, or is that the coach?
Fair.
But other than that, I'm all for the comfort. I don't mind the pullover.
I have always thought it was wild that for generations, that was what coaches wore. You watch a baseball game, now the managers have to wear the baseball uniform, which is funny. In football, no one wears a suit and tie, partly because the NFL wouldn't allow it unless it has Nike and NFL logos on the suits. You see it in hockey still. I like, though, that they can wear whatever they want. And I think that this of the many changes that we got from COVID, this is one that I really like still. So
I wouldn't mind. You know what? I think more coaches in other sports should wear baseball uniforms.
I agree.
Just baseball uniforms?
Yeah.
Where they should be like baseball, where they have to wear their
No. Just wear the baseball uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Like have Matt go over and he'd be easily the biggest player on the team, but you see if they have a really large baseball uniform to fit his.
That would be funny.
His giant.
Hey, there's
height.
Coach Mac wearing
and
a hat too.
Yes, and a hat. Then he gets a chance to throw the hat down at one of those incompetent Big East refs and say, "You idiot!" And then he can start kicking pretend dirt.
Here's a question: why don't basketball coaches wear hats?
I can't imagine Coach Mac wearing a hat.
Now that they got quarter
He wears
zips on,
hats. He wears
they
hats
should
occasionally.
start wearing hats. Now Mac has gray hair though.
I can see him wearing a cowboy hat.
They should.
Not see him wearing
The bolo tie.
That's a great point, John. Take off the hat and chuck it on the ground.
Will you imagine Fred if he goes over and asks Will Bull, "Hey, Will, can I get one of them Nebraska baseball uniforms?" And he's coaching in a baseball uniform.
I like
this idea
of the coaches having to wear the outfits of their sport like baseball does. So like Matt Rule's in football pads, Max in a jersey and shorts. Like that would be, imagine that if they like, hey, there's McDermott and he's got his shorts on and you see his arms out of his jersey. That'd be pretty funny.
ESPN fouled up in their initial graphic announcing the tragic passing of Vikings wide receiver Rondale Moore. They used the wrong photograph. The reason given was that the photo services ESPN uses often misidentify players. Do you buy it?
So, as someone who has written and then attached photos to various stories, I have seen that this is surprisingly a common error. And I think, John, what it ultimately comes back to is the people that upload it to the website, and it goes from there. That said, I am stunned that it did not go through like a triple check to make sure this is Rondale Moore. The photo that they included had him in a Vikings uniform. He never played for the Vikings. He was on the Vikings this year, but he had not been a Minnesota Viking yet. Last year he was part of the, I don't remember who, or was he part of the Vikings? Maybe I'm wrong here. I understand it from the first step of the problem, but I'm surprised that they didn't rigorously fact check it moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. It's
horrible
unfortunate.
story.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and even more unfortunate is just the fact that Rondale Moore, who was one of the most exciting players of the last decade in Big Ten football, sadly took his own life, and it's definitely tragic.
NFL Competition Committee co-chairman Rich McKay said that Sunday that he is not anticipating an attempt to ban the tush push this year, 1 year after debate over the short yardage play roiled the NFL. Are you surprised?
Yes, because it was close to happening last year. Did the Eagles suddenly become less good at it? I mean, we still saw it.
Well, they did actually become less good at it. Their success rate was way lower this year. I thought they were going to ban it because they couldn't officiate it correctly anymore.
Well, they couldn't.
Teams are offsides. The Eagles are false starting. Like, they were terrible at this play in 2025 to the point, to go back to Nick always calling everything a psyop, I almost wondered if they were purposely officiating it poorly as a reason to get rid of it. I can't believe that this isn't back on the table. I thought everybody kind of agreed after 25, like, yeah, it's time to move on.
Yeah, it's time. I changed my tune on it. Get that crap out of here.
Yeah.
Speaking of surprising, a Tennessee State judge Friday denied Tennessee quarterback Joey Aguilar's request for a preliminary injunction to play for the Volunteers this season, effectively ending his college career. How the hell did this happen?
I don't know, Nick, but I am pumped that it happened. I am happy that this is going to be the case moving forward. Get a job. Stop playing in college football when you're 100 years old. Go away.
Make friends your own age.
Make friends your own age. Great job by
It's
you.
cool, actually.
It is cool.
Tennessee got the wrong judge. They got a
judge.
Vandy judge. They didn't get a Tennessee judge. And the Vandy judge said, ha, ha, ha.
Got him.
Take that, Vols.
Interesting that a judge that's not a donor would say no to this.
Fascinating.
The LSU women set a record of 72 rebounds in their win over Missouri on Sunday. 4 players had 10 or more rebounds, and 3 had double-doubles. LSU had more offensive rebound, 30, than Mizzou had overall rebounds, 25. I bet that was a fun game to watch.
You just said rebounds a lot. Ooh. Did you watch this game? Break it down.
God, no.
Oh.
No. Oh. But that is ridiculous. 72 rebounds. 72. There is such a gap between the elite teams in women's basketball. And even the next level down. I'm not saying
conference
I'm not saying Missouri was even the next level down, but this is to have 72 rebounds. Were they playing? Was Missouri playing all like 5-footers out there? What was going on?
Good question. I don't know. Well, we know Jack was watching because he loves Kim Mulkey, so we can ask him on Friday in our roundtable.
The NFL Combine is finally here. Are we seeing John Deere, International, Alice Chalmers? Break it down, John.
No, I don't know if we're seeing any of those. There's just going to. I look forward to all the breathless analysis of, well, this guy, I can't believe this guy just decided to do his 10-yard shuttle. He should do it in his pro day. And then, of course, we'll get the what's the test they take? The Wonderlic test?
No, they don't do that one anymore.
Well, there's always something. There's always some dumb controversy that comes out of
They
the
asked
underwear
one of the
Olympics.
players, Nick, a few years ago, was your wife a prostitute?
Jeez.
Yep.
Yeah. No.
We'll have it on. Live sports in the daytime.
That's
we'll put
not
it on in the
sports.
studio.
That's exercising.
Live sports adjacent.
That is not sports. That is exercise.
Sports adjacent, as they call it, Nick. Get it?
Are you ready for a bucket of coffee? Dunkin' is tested marketing 48-ounce coffee buckets at some of their stores. Has coffee gone too far?
No. I mean, coffee's awesome. Why 48? I mean, I guess this is for like a work gathering. All right, never mind. I guess I don't hate it anymore.
Well,
we
no-
get coffees like this for the station sometimes, where someone will bring in one of those big old things of coffee.
This is meant for one person.
Yeah.
That's a lot of coffee.
There was a local coffee place around here that did a similar thing with buckets of coffee like that. Paige and some of her friends went. Crazy.
Brazy.
Here's the problem, though. If you're splitting this bucket, it's hard to pour things out of buckets without
It is.
spilling
You have
it
to
all over the
dunk your
place.
cup in.
The one here that was locally, they had a little straw tap in the top of the bucket, so you could just.
Well, I think that's what this is designed to do because it's 48 ounces of coffee. We are so crazy with coffee.
We love coffee's awesome. What do you mean? Coffee's great. I have it
Coffee,
every day.
coffee is fine, but I want this. I want it known that when if you just order coffee, it should be implied that it is hot.
Oh, John's anti-iced coffee.
No, I'm not anti. I would not drink ice. I do not drink iced coffee.
Gross.
But
It's
you
weird.
should have to You should have to confirm. I want iced coffee. But if you just walk up, if I walk up to Nick's Coffee Hut and I say I want a coffee, it should be a hot coffee.
That's why I
It
always
shouldn't
say
be an iced coffee.
I'll have a
You
black
actually-
coffee, and they know what it doesn't. No one ever is like, "Oh, do you like that iced?" Black coffee just explains the whole situation. I've
can't-
never been asked to
you can't-
follow up.
You can't put ice on black coffee.
I don't think you do.
You can. It's just iced coffee.
Yeah.
No, but if you say go order a black coffee, you will never get asked, "Do you want it iced?"
Finally, if you think our snow was bad, check out the totals from the East Coast. Over 2 feet of snow on Long Island and between 17 and 24 inches around New York City. John, aren't you lucky the game was scheduled Saturday?
Holy crap, John!
Look at the snow totals up in the
Boston area,
the
right?
Boston area,
Oh
and
my
that's
gosh.
Providence. Almost 3 feet of snow.
Shout out to the marathon trainers who are getting ready for the Boston Marathon and now are going to have to do a lot of treadmill running. I feel for them. That sucks. That would be terrible. Nick, you'd have to come to the station, though, to produce still.
I sure would.
Yeah. I when I saw that there were storm watches, I was like, please not be for today.
Wow.
Thankfully, it didn't start till Sunday. We got our butts
That's
out
nuts
of
because we got, what did we get? 8-9 inches?
Yep.
Yeah.
8-9 inches. And that still was like, this is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it affected it 1.5 days. This is going to affect what, 3 days? 4
8-9
days?
inches, way too much.
Well,
Way
but
too much.
they do a much better job of cleaning the road.
Why is that? We
Be-
get snow
because-
here all the time.
Because they put more resources into it.
All right. Well, at least we have that streetcar.
Yeah. At least we have that streetcar
And we also have dinner.
on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Yesterday was very simple: ham and cheesy scallop potatoes.
Yum. Oh, yum.
With a salad, and I think it's left overnight, so it's probably more of the same.
I'm meeting some friends. Don't know what I'm getting. Leaning burger.
Nice. Yesterday we had pizza. I don't know about tonight. Maybe I can convince her to go out somewhere that I really want to go to.
Oh, interesting.
We'll see.
Got an email from Thomas who
Hi,
says,
Tom.
hour of hate / irrational hatred for the next time Michael is a host. I'm going to read it now, though, in case I forget. Why the hell is simulated golf something that gets televised? Come film me throw a GD disc very poorly. At least it's not a GD video game. P.S. I'm at a bar and I made them change it.
Hell yeah.
You
disc
know
golf.
what you won't catch me watching? That golf crap. No, thank you. It's that Tiger Woods league.
Uh-huh.
I know.
Dumb.
I was telling a buddy about that on Saturday, and he blew his mind. He's like, what? Why? What?
It's because they're just trying to fill time.
Mm.
No,
They are
you.
trying to fill time.
We would never do such a thing like that on 1620 The Zone.
No,
we
we-
only broadcast the best sports.
We use all of our time.
Tomorrow is Tuesday.
Awesome.
That means it's brunch and sip and
Baseball. Oh, you're going to finally be here for one of the slices.
John, it's a good slice.
He's just reading schedules. The slice is just, here's a game, another game, and another game.
Well, wasn't yours just eliminating teams and saying they won't make the College World Series?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.